Where did the click? Is the clicker over there? Right, since we are ready to start, thanks for your patience. Good morning, everyone. My name is Marian Dimitrov, and I'm Director of Research at FinTech Global. It's my pleasure to welcome you today to the demo stage at the Global RegTech Summit. We're very excited to see everyone in person again. It's been a while, but it's great to see some old faces and new faces that's popped up in the industry. Also, in addition to that, we have some of our delegates are joining us online, so I would like to extend a warm welcome to everyone that's watching live. Before we go into the demos for today, I would just like to extend once again a huge thank you to our sponsors who have helped us put this great event together, the financial institutions who are in attendance and supporting the work we're doing, and to our distinguished lineup of speakers and presenters who have agreed to share their insights with us today. As you already know, please download the Brella app and connect with the people you're interested in, and also get the latest schedule and the program for the day. You can schedule meetings friendly to the platform or use our dedicated networking area here at the venue, but just don't forget to sign up before the end of the day, because then access will close. So if you sign up, that will allow you to carry your conversations after the event as well. The RegTech industry has gone tremendous changes over the last 2 years, as we know, brought about by new rules and new compliance rules, which have been brought by remote work and the rise of digital channels. So it's our pleasure to have some of the top disruptors in the space today, demonstrating the latest innovation and technology capabilities in the space. We'll start off with presentations from our clients, HCL, SS&C Technologies, Schwarzwald Tech, Close Match, Sentient Machines, FNZ, and Decision Focus, who will have 10 minutes to present their solution before we go into the quick-fire 5-minute demonstration as voted by delegates. I would just ask each presenter to adhere to their given time to give equal opportunity to everyone. And as soon as you finish, I'll ask the next presenter to come on stage and kick off. So with that being said, I'm happy to pass off to Pravesh Gusain from HCL Technologies to kick off this exciting session. Welcome.
Thank you. Great. So do we have the screen? Yeah. Thank you everyone for coming, first of all. And it's a great pleasure and honor to present our product to you today. We have been in industry for 45 years, but this product eventually has just taken a leap in terms of simplifying lives where the business heads as well as the regulatory heads ideally want to interact on the real time, how exactly their work is eventually impacting each other, right? Now, talking about a product, we eventually have been bringing simplified controls, which eventually are contextualized in very business language, backed by the technology data, right on the screen. So you must have seen the session, iControl, which eventually was being taken by Ian Phillips, where he discussed about that how exactly we are simplifying lives in terms of business decision making. Now, today what I'm going to present is the product which eventually would allow any business person, or let's say the user persona from the compliance officer, or the business head, the process owner, or even the operator at the lower level who's trying to achieve a particular executed decision in a very, very fruitful manner where the business impact, I'm so sorry. Yeah, I'm there, thanks. So the business impact eventually is not being visualized at very different, various stages. Now what happens is when you have an operator who ideally is working on a particular specific task, the business leader doesn't know that how exactly that task is getting executed in the real time. They doesn't get to know that how exactly is it going to be impacting my overall services. And then the compliance officers eventually on the regulatory front, be it external or internal, doesn't get to know in the real time that what exactly or how exactly is my business complying to these particular regulations. Now what we have tried to bring on the table, and knowing that remote working is eventually a fact now, and most of us want to be on the upfront task of understanding that how exactly the business is going to perform in the future, and of course in the real time. We don't want to rely on the reactive data. We don't want to rely on the data lakes which are being observed or auto-discovering your set of processes. So what we brought in was how exactly these controls could be defined very simply in the business language, and then these controls taking in the data which is already in the organization in the real time, crafted in such a manner that the business now gets to know what exactly is happening today within my environment, and if I'm able to comply to all those regulations that eventually are being prescribed either by the regulatory body outside, could be a government institution, or could be a regulatory office within my organization. So done that, as you could see right now, I actually have a CXO view who ideally could be a business head who leads multiple business units within the organization and wants to have an organization on a page. Now said that, there's a set of controls, matrices that he actually want to implement on different set of business processes that are being observed right now within the organization. Until now, today, you would have had many product vendors coming to you talking about, give me your data, I'll show you what your business is doing. But what they're asking you is, give me the reactive data and I'll tell you what exactly your business looks like. And how many of the times we actually have got the situation that I know that my business ideally has a transaction being monitored, but how exactly can I see my end-to-end business? Now this is where what we did. We started working on bringing all those set of business processes which eventually the business owners have been doing by digitizing the tribal knowledge that they had. So you go to any of the business leader, they would say, there's a particular person in my organization who knows whom to talk, who to meet, and what exactly is being done in my organization. He gives me a weekly report, a monthly report, or let's say a quarterly report. Now, I actually want to have a situation where in real time, any region within the organization, be it Europe, US, APAC, or even the various specific business unit, I really want to know what is happening right now. So this is one of the views which we actually bring in, where we define the various specific business units being operated on a specific process, and all those controls that you want to put in to understand the health of your entire business or even a specific business unit, how exactly is it operating. Said that, eventually what we are trying to give you is the real-time red, amber, and green. And you must be aware that most of the solutions in the market, when they report, they'll tell you that something has gone wrong, or something is yet to be, is always green, or something is going wrong. But ideally what they're doing is they're feeding in the data which was already existing and was being transacted. But is there a possibility that I can also bring in the data which eventually would tell you something yet has to happen, which is a gray part of your entire business? So here what you're seeing is the collection of overall business health, that how exactly few of the controls yet are to be transacted, how exactly the business is being breached, and then of course there is a warning which is being done through 7 machine learning algorithms within the product to tell you that something is about to go wrong. Now this is the time when the business owner can take a decision that how exactly can I go and avoid this situation, because there's an impact about to happen. And trust me on this part, there are millions of dollars associated with this. We are working with major banks in the industry, we are working with the oil gas majors, we are working with the retailers, and all of them have been able to get this insight proactively and then notify that there's a stakeholder that I need to connect, so that I get to understand if I can remediate the issue beforehand, before the penalties or any of the dollar impact can happen, or if there's a possibility that I can bring in certain amount of information as part of knowledge articles, or even activating a RPA bot in order to execute an identified incident which is there. Now said that, we also categorize in terms of what I should be worrying about, what I should not be worrying about. How exactly the priorities are being set, how exactly you actually get to know that what exactly needs to be done on the scale of what is important to me. Now said that, now there's also a view where we bring in for the unit head. Now think of a situation when you actually have a regulatory person or a chief compliance officer who's quite, I would say, curious to know if I ideally have to talk to a business leader on the regulatory reports that he needs to publish every fortnight, or possibly there could be a monthly report which needs to go, which has an audit in the quarterly basis or the half-yearly basis or the annual basis to be published. Now, I really need to know in the real time whether my teams or the business teams were able to comply to publish those regulatory reports. Now, taking an example, there is a possibility that, let's say, wholesale funding, where we actually have to release those regulatory reports every month. You eventually have to understand that what are those specific business controls that I can publish, so that in real time the business gets accountable to report that back. But then again, I don't want to make it so complicated that nobody understands that what is required out of you. Because today if you go in the real time and you talk about the technology data, they'll talk about applications, servers, databases. This is something what we say that is not required in the front of the business arena. Now said that, We eventually categorize the impact types in various different sections. It could be the way you actually want to view how exactly critical the business ideally is. It could be on the financial front, it could be on the regulatory front, or even the operations, the reputational front. And then you categorize these controls in order to understand what I should be bothered about. Said that, then we also bring in the classification of how exactly the types are being done. So we filed a patent for quantifying that how your controls should be put. So there are 6 different categories of the controls that we classified. And when we went in, filing this particular patent, we were being told that there's no 7th, category type that you actually can quantify these controls. Today, if something has to happen, it would be a cutoff that by this time something ideally should happen, and thus we provide all those particular views of everything that needs to happen in a particular time with those controls being published in a particular widget. Said that, I also need to understand that how exactly the weightage has to happen, and I need to see the entire estate in one flow. Now, there could be numerous business processes happening within the organization. Me being a chief compliance officer or a chief risk officer or even a CXO who ideally wants to know that on every scale within the business, where exactly my situation today in order to perform correctly lies. Said that, what you're seeing right now on this particular screen is we have categorized that what are different business flows that we actually operate on within the organization. Now, this could be of interest to a regulatory person who ideally has those particular set of targets already prescribed on maybe the wholesale funding reporting flow. It could be a customer order fulfillment where exactly you need to know that whatever we are doing from the GDPR compliance perspective, we are not sharing the customer data. That could be one of the regulatory control that you want to put on the entire business process. And then high value payments within the banks. So any of those particular payments being transacted ideally have to be done at a particular specific time. And then there are certain regulatory checks that you need to perform in order to have those particular payments done healthily. So can I have those controls being published? Now said that, now what you see right now is that you have those particular owners defined of those particular business processes within the organization. Today you go to any of the process mining solutions, I would say application observability solutions, or even the automated dashboard solutions. No one would bring this specific information of stakeholders involved in performing these actions in the real time. What we do is, we provide these particular business owners with a digital canvas. When we say digital canvas, we allow them to drop and create their own set of business processes, how exactly these business processes would perform for you, and then put in those particular stakeholders involved in maintaining that particular business process or executing the business process. Now, I've been talking about a business process for a full scale. How does that look? Now, someone would say that, oh, it is a kind of a deviation on every transaction that I make. But mind it, when you have a transaction, the moment the primary key is killed, you would not get to know what happened to that transaction. This is where what we do is simplify the world, right? We bring in those controls which are important for business in a very articulated and contextualized way, where you see that the statuses of these particular flows and the articulation of these flows are very contextualized in the business languages. Said that, the next one I actually want to show is how exactly you weight these particular aggregations. So not everything is important, trust me, not everything is important today. What we do is, we weight them out that how exactly these controls should be published on the specific business processes. And once the business process ideally visualizes that what exactly needs to be considered as critical should be also displayed. So what you're seeing right now here is multiple impact types. It could be financial, regulatory, or reputational. They eventually are being weighted on the scale where you have these particular specific targets defined, which are the business controls that you want to put in. And these business controls, when clicked on, would give you a detail that what is your current true breach status. And then also giving you all the details that how exactly the flow, which flow ideally you will reside on, where exactly the regulatory filtering and release funds ideally should happen. And then also putting in the custom dashboards, which eventually are required and giving much more detailed information for you. Now, said that, how do you put these controls on a particular business flow? Now, this is one particular live business flow for a demo instance that we actually have got, which is for high value payments, which has end-to-end steps, right from routing a particular payment while going towards the complication, giving you the dependencies. On every step that you can see today, we have 45 different controls being set. Now, these different 45 controls give you a RAG status of how exactly my process is performing. If there is something that is going red, they definitely have an impact in the forward steps. And then what you can do is you actually can look and have the view that how exactly the breach ideally is happening right now. Said that, all of this being given in the real time. So the way we do it is we go on the step of understanding the business, number one. Second, we lay down the entire process. We understand that what are those critical layman business controls that you want to set on a particular process step. Then categorize those steps on how critical they are, weight them out, that what exactly would be required to be measured. Done that, then we give the overall identification of the list of how exactly these controls should be defined in the real time. Out of time?
So just out there, so just to summarize, what this does is this product gives you from a command center, if you just go to the home page, it gives you a persona-based view. Depending on who you are in the organization, you can have a look at the controls across different levels. At the CXO level, at the top of the chain, food chain, you can see how my controls are working across the organization, across different processes, or on a priority basis, priority 1, 2, 3, based on the incidents, or from a reputational, regulatory, or financial impact. You can define these dimensions, and what this we have done is we have realized that all processes and all targets and controls do not have the same priority. Some have more importance than others, so you could have a weightages across all these dimensions, as we call it. That's what Pravesh was talking about from a dimensions perspective. The second is you can actually at the top level see it at a bird's eye view. You can drill down in a couple of clicks right down to the process view, which you saw a little bit, couple of screens behind you. So that tells you at the operator level where something has gone wrong, and there with a couple of clicks you know who is responsible for that control, which group is responsible, and you can link it to your service management tool to create the incident so that you know where. The third aspect which is very important from this is from a regulatory perspective, we have the flow performance fund, that tab at the right, which tells you how my particular process is performing. Is there an audit trail there for it? Across multiple observations, we know what is right, what is wrong. So that gives you a consolidated view, and it tells you where things have gone wrong, where it has gone wrong, and it gives the regulators confidence that you're managing your processes, you have controls in place to manage your process, and over a period of time, and what steps you have taken to correct it. So it helps you in your audit trail, it helps you to manage your controls, it gives the regulators confidence that you have things in place to manage that. And at a bird's eye view, at a CXO level, you can figure out in a click where things have gone wrong, why things have gone wrong, and who is responsible for it, and what we need to fix it. And obviously the AI method of that tells you what is going to happen in the near future. So that's what this Amber ones are, basically tells you prediction of what things are going to go wrong.
I think we are.
That's it.
Yeah. Thank you.
So,
Thank you, everyone.
We are there. We have a stall outside there. So happy to have one-on-one conversations with all of you over a cup of coffee. Please feel free to drop in and have a chat with us. Thank you very much.
Well, thank you for listening.
Do we have SS&C?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah.
Excellent. This is the PowerPoint.
Yes.
Excellent. Morning, everyone. Yes, there we are. My name's Giles Smart. We are SS&C Technologies. For those of you that are not familiar with the firm, we've got a few facts here. We're actually a public company listed on the NASDAQ with over $18 billion in market cap. Last count, we're approaching 25,000 employees. They are based in more than 100 different cities across 40 different countries. And we provide products and services to more than 18,000 different companies, catering to the financial services and the healthcare industries. I myself work in the Regulatory Solutions Group, which is within a fund services area of the firm. The fund services area actually is part of the fund administration group, which is in fact the largest administrator to private funds in the world. They have assets under administration in excess of $3 trillion. So that's a little bit about the firm. About the group and the technology that myself and my colleagues work on. We work on a cloud-based portal, the technology that is. And this is something that we created in-house. We've been working on for more than 10 years. Each time we have a regulation that we plan to release a service for, we build an app which appears on our desktop. The apps look fairly similar. They've got the same look and feel. They permit you to drill into when it's a form-based regulation, so things like Form PF, Annex 4, CPO, PQR. It allows you to drill into each individual question and have a look at the underlying data. It does an audit trail for you for user interaction. This is something that we've provided to customers of our fund services technology. Early on, we realised if we're building our own technology to do that, we should also offer it to others as well as our own customers. So this is available to anyone that has a private fund that they need regulation for via the technology that we'll be demonstrating outside today. And that is Core and Sightline. And to explain a bit about why we invented these systems, they are really there to cater for us receiving data from many different other administrators or even directly from managers themselves. And that can be in any different formats. So we can have certain things like market value can be called any number of different things in different data sets that we receive, and we need a way to map and then deal with in order to do so. So Sightline was something that came a little bit later on as a business intelligence tool that could sit on top of all of that data. And we can actually take in additional data on top of that we use for regs and join that so that you can just have a happy medium of everything. So to explain a bit about Core, which is kind of like the engine room of the system, is the first stage is plumbing it into other people's systems and being able to normalize the data. Normalization, as I said, is basically just taking the column headers from each data set and making them the same, for want of an easier way. We'll then look to aggregate all of that, so compress down and net where necessary. And then that enables us to move on towards the actual data enrichment stage. So being a fund administrator gives us the ability to plug into things like security masters. We take price feeds, delta feeds every day, so we can make use of those and provide those to those that are not on our platform as well. And then the last step before we get to an actual golden data source for regs purposes is actually going in and validating each data point itself. So within a certain column, have you received an alpha instead of a numeric, which is likely to cause some kind of meltdown later on in the process? You need that flagged early on in the process so that our users can actually go and find a solution to get it fixed. So then Sightline is kind of something that sits on top of Core. So Core obviously builds that golden data source that feeds the regulation, but we want another reporting engine that can actually use, can actually analyze that in many different ways. And you can also augment that data with anything else you care to. The actual approach for Sightline is really simple. It's panel-based, and each panel is basically a data visualization that you create yourself by picking out attributes from the data set that you have access to. And then it enables you to share, if you want to, with your colleagues or with user groups, and go on and build a workflow after that if you care to. So you can use it by combining with earlier panels, building up reports as you go, and publishing them in things we call worksheets. The general idea being able to produce any sort of graphics into a PDF form, which you can then manage the distribution thereafter. So these are some of the things that my colleague Ali will be showing in our booth out on the floor there. The one that I want to concentrate on really today is ESG, because my own team have been working quite hard on using that very technology to kind of sandbox what we want to do with ESG. And as you can see from the slide, our approach is kind of three-pronged there, and the first one being regulatory, so that obviously falls to me. And that's things like the principal adverse impact statement we've been looking at. Can we do that in different ways? We've got a version, I believe, on your laptop, Ali, that we can show for Article 8, 9, and the other kind of views we've been looking at is what are you going to do when your investors come to you and say, hey, I need to know about your ESG data so that I can actually publish it myself in things like SFDR, Principal Adverse Impact Statement. So we've been looking at, so we've actually partnered up with a data vendor ourselves, us being, as you can see by the technology, more of an aggregator than a researcher, and we can actually do that in a very cost-effective way if we aggregate the ESG data at the portfolio level, as opposed to you actually lifting the lid on the whole process and looking down and examining the granular data, because that's likely to upset the vendors. Got a slide here. Don't worry, I'm not going to go through all of that. That's just to illustrate how complex and how many different levels of engagement we can have due to the fact that ESG data is going to be different for every manager here. You know, there's going to be specialist vendors that you may have engaged already yourselves. You may actually do your own research, but also there is data that is available to you from SS&C, and that is actually quite, a lot cheaper. So here's a quick slide just to show you a bit closer look at the Principal Adverse Impact Statement we built a while ago. We actually have a fresher version that we're demoing out on the floor, and I think, unless there's any questions, I can give you a minute back. All right. Thanks very much.
For Windeschild, we're basically Schwarzeltech, so creators of Windeschild. What brings us here is a demo of Windeschild, and what we aim to do is to democratize the fight against financial crime. How we do this is that we help you find the bad guys. So we give you the tools to actually peer under the veil. So KYC as a concept is broken. KYC came to power in the 2000s, where the purpose of this was really to identify and check clients. And this came around at the time with the Patriot Act. So it was enforced primarily by the Patriot Act. Over the past decade, financial crime has become overly complicated, and banks and financial institutions as a whole haven't been doing enough. So we as a provider see the opportunity to provide a service whereby we've trademarked Know Your Network. So that's our trademark. We've trademarked it, and it's basically a paradigm shift of KYC. So think of KYC, KYB on steroids. What we're actually doing is we're taking corporate registries in bulk, we're parsing them, UK, HMRC, Companies House, and all of the corporate registries that we can glean by parsing, and we're putting them into our AI NLP machine, and we are then mapping out the network. So in this case, in the traditional world, you'd be looking at Mr. A. From a sanctions perspective, you'd be doing AML, sanction screenings, PEPs, and criminality, and that's it. With Wunderchild, we give you the whole network. So we map out that Mr. A is actually connected to a company. Behind that company, we give you all of the associates, the directors, and the companies that are connected to that. How we do that? Through intelligent linking. So we have parsing in 5 languages, and we basically have network analysis where we can actually configure the risk appetite to your thresholds. It's three platforms in one, so it's 3 modules in one platform, sorry. So Know Your Network, Media Scan, and Transaction Monitoring. Traditionally, transaction monitoring would be siloed and sit on another platform or another department. Our view is that all these tools should talk to one another. So the transaction monitoring piece actually talks to the Know Your Network. So for example, if Morgan Stanley is sending money to JP Morgan, and in that transaction, a spoofer or someone intercepts and creates a shell company called JP Mickey Mouse Morgan, transaction monitoring would pop up and say, actually, we've interrogated Know Your Network. This company doesn't exist. It should be stopped. It's important to say that we can work in real time if we have access to the transaction logs. So that is something that we would be happy to do for everyone in this room. We're also offering proof of concept access via memorandums of understanding. Why is our product unique? So we, at this moment in time, are helping banks and financial institutions reduce their reliance on enhanced due diligence. So we can actually reduce the cost 5-fold by using our platform. We also do enhanced due diligence. The difference is that the traditional would be one company, one individual. We actually give you the whole network as an EDD report, and we don't apply a cost to that level. We have just over 210 million data records. We're mining in English, French, Hebrew, Russian, Spanish, and Arabic. Russian, very important at the moment with the asset freeze requirements. And also the covered jurisdictions at this moment in time. We have UK, Netherlands, France, Belgium, Russia, Ireland, Ukraine, and also Dubai. We're getting that from the DIFC, and many others. We also have adverse media, so 125 media sources, and we use multilingual, multi-entity matching engines. As I mentioned earlier, we're parsing in 5 languages. These are the reasons why we exceed and meet banks' needs. My team is led by Dr. Marius Christian Frunze, so he's our founder and CEO. He's ex-industry, so ex-HSBC, Barclays, RBS, McKinsey. Here's my team, my CTO, myself, Masic, he's our expert in Poland, and Steve is our angel investor. And I'm now going to jump into a live demo. So if you bear with me. So I'm now going, so this is Windows-Child. So we are hosted in the cloud on Amazon AWS. All of our data is pointed there as well, so we can point it anywhere. The search bar on your left is where you would start the journey, so you can type in a name of a person or a company. You can then drill down by country. You can also drill down by person or company, and then you can also filter by sanctions, PEPs, disqualifications, charges, insolvencies, and beneficiaries. For the purposes of today, I'm going to preload a demo that I've saved. So we're going to be looking at Gérard Depardieu, the French actor. So there we have Gérard. He basically moved to Russia to set up a production company. And when he moved to Russia, he actually got a Russian passport. So Depard, Zera, Zavi, still the same person. But in the traditional world, you would now think that this is a different person. The machine, when I searched Gérard Xavier Marcel Depardieu, brought him up and explored all of the networks. So you can see here one of his companies, the other production company. And then what's most noticeable is Friel Arnaud France is actually Arnaud, and this is a very, very wealthy French family in France. So Mr. Arnaud purposely put in the corporate filings Arnaud and not Arnaud. With our AI and NLP engine, we're able to discern that he is actually from those families, and we can see the full dossier where we actually go, and we see this basically came from the Federal Tax Service of Russia. We have a risk breakdown. We have the connections here. So he's actually connected to that company written in Cyrillic. We can then check disqualifications, sanctions, links for PEPs, insolvencies, and charges. So that's the Gérard Depardieu. Now I'm going to open a company which is a bit more exciting. So innocuous company in Ghana, innocent enough. As soon as you search for it, the platform tells you that it is sanctioned under US OFAC rule. So you go to the dossier, and it tells you straight away that this company is sanctioned. So straight away, you should start investigating the whole network. So in the traditional world, if you were doing AML KYC screening, unless you'd order an EDD report, you would not know that this company is actually connected to the Hezbollah, so an international terrorist organization. And you can interrogate each and every person, individual in the network, and it tells you all of the connections. And then you can export this to a PDF report as well. So you go File, Export as standalone HTML, PDF report, and also as an image. So in an image, it actually captures the graph, and you can then send it to your MLRO, or if you're doing a suspicious activity report, you can send the whole report. I can give you guys back 1 minute and 24 seconds, unless there's any questions. Thank you for your time. Okay. Well, if you guys want to have a look at a live demo, we have a stand. Come find me. And we are giving proof of concept access to visitors of today's event. Thank you for your time.
Hello, how's everyone?
I have your presentation.
You have it already? Okay, so that's good to go. Perfect. Okay. Hello, everybody. My name is Claudia. I'm here going to be speaking about Clause Match today. We are based out of London, as you could tell from my accent. Just kidding. I moved here last year from Montreal, Quebec. So essentially, I'm just taking over for one of my colleagues. I do work in our sales division, particularly within the EMEA region. Just quick show of hands, who's heard about ClausMatch before? Okay, a few, awesome. Awesome. So just a little bit starting off about the company. In regards to who we work with, you'll notice that we are quite niche in the financial services space, as you're seeing on the right. In terms of how the company was founded and how we've organically grown into this space, so our CEO and our founder, his name is Jay, he's still very hands-on in the business, and essentially his background was working at Morgan Stanley pre-2012 as a regulatory lawyer. Jay decided to quit his day job and essentially provide a solution that, in his own words, he would have wanted to have used at his time at Morgan Stanley. So naturally, we've kind of worked backwards in that instead of working with some of the smaller organizations when the company was being founded, our first client was actually Barclays, which, as you can imagine, put tremendous resource strains on the business, but it also did pay the dividends to be able to grow and expand to where we are today. So in terms of the names that you're seeing here, you'll notice a lot of tier 1 banking institutions, of course, things like BlackRock, BNY Mellon, Scotiabank, et cetera. About a year and a half ago, we opened up the SMB function, which is to work with, we'll say, the mid-market and smaller size organizations, which gradually do have different USPs. That goes without saying, but just wanted to give some context around how we came to be. Oh, sorry, I am scrolling too fast here. So the next slide is in our policy management maturity model is essentially interesting because regardless of the clients working with in terms of being tier 1 banks or being more on the small SMB mid-market size, everyone seems to fall into the second category of policy management, which is fragmented. So that being they're working with some structure, but tend to see a little bit of redundancy in their processes and different businesses, units working in different silos. ClausMatch users and ClausMatch companies essentially fall right away into what we call the integrated category on this model. So that being, there is a streamlined process and alignment that enforces people to follow the procedures as opposed to having a set of guidelines in which people are expected to follow. This really is going to make sure that everyone is absolutely on the same page when it comes to policy management. So in this case, we're looking at consistent strategies, frameworks, and processes that are realistically supported by technology. And the big thing being technology that is not a generic tool such as SharePoint and Google Drive. Not to speak poorly of these are great tools, we use them ourselves, but the reality is the person at Google Drive wasn't sitting there thinking, how can I make the life of compliance teams easier with this function? So that is where ClausMatch distinguishes itself. And then we say that companies move into the 5th stage, that is agile, after 1 year of using ClausMatch, really given the idea that policies have had the opportunity at that point to live through an entirety of their life cycle during that annual review. So we have 2 essentially modules that we sell, and I'll say that they are sold separately for the reason being is, again, different use case, different value propositions. But the first one being the policy management module, really looking at addressing the question, how can we reduce the risk and the time associated with managing policies? When we talk about policies, I just want to kind of streamline this, that I'm not talking only about the documentation particularly pertaining to policies. I'm really talking about content management in relation to policies. So that can be things like policies, procedures, controls, guidelines, frameworks, etc. So what we're going to basically see in policy management is there's kind of 3 overarching elements of it. The first one being this notion of template functionality that we have, which we'll see shortly. But templates will really enforce an automation, so documents that are uploaded or drafted within ClausMatch can be embedded against the template, and that template will inherently force the document to take on the look and feel that you would have set for it, the workflow that you would have established, so i.e. the stages in which this document needs to live through in its life cycle, and automate those notifications when it needs to be addressed to a certain person. And thirdly, metadata fields, so being able to quickly identify what type of document it is, who the document owner is, when the next review date, etc. And these are crucial elements because these will feed into reporting capabilities as well as search capabilities, which becomes quite crucial for a lot of these global organizations that we're working with. So as a centralized repository, of course, if you kind of look to the left, you'll notice you have the ability to configure documents, hierarchies, taxonomies, et cetera, at which point the value add for an organization here is the ability to basically store one document in a number of different folders of these. So what that means is your teams are always working on the latest version of a document. No more need to go into a SharePoint, download the same version of a folder, of a document, make your track changes, re-upload it, and then essentially hope that they've all been put in the same place and correctly. So this really is going to limit any sort of versioning issues that a company may be dealing with on a day-to-day. On the other side, you'll see quite granular search capabilities. So using things like metadata fields to collect, for example, you want to search for any sort of AML document that you have that may be a policy written by such a so-and-so person. The second thing in terms of policy management is the real-time content management. So in this case, what we're seeing here is a real-time audit trail. So imagine a world that you don't have to do track changes, once again, on a document when you're updating things as you go. So everything here is being noted down, being able to be reported on as well, or downloaded in a report version. And when we talk about audit trail, it's not so much as only changes to the document, but any sort of collaboration that was had in terms of approvals and reviewers as well. So all of these are maintained in real time, and this is really where the proprietary word editor that we work with, people can really collaborate on a document in itself. So as you're seeing here on the right side of the screen, the ability to tag someone, notify them instantaneously, make sure that an email is delivered to them with a URL to the exact place in the document that you need them to review, as opposed to having to attach an email and ask them to look at the whole thing. Lastly, workflows. So different documentation, I'll give you an example. I'm talking with a client who right now they're in the big process of revamping their entire policy management processes. Some documents are going to go through life cycle reviews every 3 years, others every 2 years, every other 6 months. So being able to configure what these stages look like and being able to notify when that document changes stages, the appropriate stakeholder who might need to have their eyes on it for review, for an approval, etc. So setting the stages here is going to allow you to also pull reports in the future around where your documents are lying in what state currently and what point they need to be reviewed as well. Lastly, this one always gets a lot of attention, the mapping capabilities. So ClausMatch allows you to essentially build a lot of relationships for documents within each other. So what I mean by that is, for an example, being able to identify a global policy, let's say, to some of the more child policies in a more local region. So having those sort of parent-child relationships that exist. Additionally, being able to map documents to prove to your board, your regulators, your auditors of compliance, and that mapping, for example, a regulation to a policy to a procedure, right? And being able to not only map it at a document level, but more specifically really address it at the clause or at the paragraph level. So that when it comes time to ensure that, hey, this regulation has changed now, how do we update this? You can go in, make a change to a regulatory obligation you would have created, and the beautiful thing is anyone who owns a document that is mapped or linked to one of these existing documents would be notified that, hey, there's been a change in this policy, or in this obligation, I should say. So this is kind of the real-time reporting that we're looking at. And then, for the sake of time, just really quickly, reports, of course, being able to store everything in one place and being able to very quickly pull, for example, all of the documents that may be overdue or upcoming that need to be reviewed. So this will really enable you to better manage how your teams are structured, where your team's times are going to be spent, and pull any sort of reporting that you might need to show management as well. Really quickly, in the last note, the second module that we sell, so we have policy management, which we just spoke about. The second one being policy portal. Policy portal is really where that published, finalized, cleaned version goes for internal employees. So this is really looking at increasing engagement with policies, in that you have the ability to directly create your attestation requirements from the policy portal, as well as employees being able to actually access policies as they see fit at the right time given to them. So there's the ability to notify employees, as well as the ability for employees to always go in and identify what's relevant to them at whichever point they need. The dashboard as well will allow you as the compliance team to see who essentially has attested, when the attestations have been made, how many times they've opened up documents. So this sort of reporting capabilities allow you to be quite hands-on in terms of actual attestation. So to summarize all of this, that's, as we discussed, you can see when someone has viewed the document and see kind of the attestation feature here at the bottom and what that looks like. And again, we have clients that choose to buy these at completely separate times and also buy them maybe not even necessarily together. So you can buy policy management and export the documents from there, put them into a shared repository that you may be already using. Totally up to you to decide how you want to leverage the platform here. That's all my time for today. I have about 30 seconds left, so if there's any questions, happy to answer some. Otherwise, similar to everyone else, we have a booth that we'd be happy to talk to one-on-one for. No? Okay.
Hello everyone, my name is Danica and I'm the founder of Sentient Machines. So in the next 10 minutes, hopefully I'm going to tell you all about some exciting work we've been doing at Sentient Machines. So first of all, my background is artificial intelligence. So I have a PhD in natural language processing. I've spent many years in academia, publishing papers, books, and so on. And then I moved into the industry to work on some exciting projects such as Apple Siri. And I have also been in the financial industry for about a decade now. And today, I'm going to talk to you about sentient analytics, our groundbreaking technology that allows you to monitor 100% of your customer interactions. Behind the scene, we have more than 25 artificial intelligence running in the background, working hard to do the work that you don't have to do. And I'm also proud to say that we've passed military-grade security with the Home Office. So. Before I tell you more about our platform, I just want to take you into the future for a second. So we have already seen that the future is about automation. So automation, we've seen in customer call centers, for example, we've seen chatbots, we've seen voice bots, and that trend is going to continue in terms of attempts to simulate human behavior using artificial intelligence. Now, what we haven't seen yet, and what is going to come, is the inclusion and acknowledgement of the emotional elements and the importance that they carry. And I think in COVID, we can all agree that this is what has happened. And at Sentient Machines, we do a lot of research behind the scene, as well as we have a product. So we analyzed millions of customer interactions, and there's only one direction, and that is the direction of the emotion-centric customer experience. So what does this mean for the regulated industry? So it means that the future is about merging customer experience with the compliance and quality assurance in order to generate a unite function that can then elevate the business to the next level. And I'm going to explain what I mean by that. So to explain, we can go into the past and look into the progression that we've seen to come to the point where we are now. So say 20 years ago, it's actually much longer than that ago, but say for the simplicity, 20 years ago, we have this, we started with the approach that I called reactive approach to compliant customer experience. What that means is that you only react to things that are escalated. So maybe your customers are escalating them, maybe the advisors, maybe regulatory bodies. So, and then you're trying to kind of resolve them. Now, a lot of companies have been monitoring customer interactions. Maybe they're listening 1% or 4% is an amazing amount of actually to manually listen to, especially if we're talking here about thousands and millions of interactions. And also the customer feedback has been collected completely independently of the customer interactions. So therefore, the insights you have are very limited. So it's almost like, by the time something happens, it's already too late. So we then moved into what I call a proactive approach, where it's slightly better because we are looking at what has gone wrong and then trying to fix it. So, perhaps you've implemented keyword search functionality to have alerting, maybe even one of the first generation speech analytics, so you have transcription and then you can run keyword-based search on top of that, or maybe even some more kind of sophisticated approaches. Now, the problem with that is, as we all know, keyword search is as good as keyword search. It's got a lot of false positives. You're going to troll still manually through a lot of data, and I think I don't have to explain that we are actually at the point where it can be done much better. Another issue is the requirement for in-house training and just the knowledge of these tools. So, if I'm an AI expert, I don't expect everyone to be. I mean, it's completely not necessary. So, also, if you have a very labor-intensive customization, that means COVID comes along and you have to start from scratch. You have to set up the system again. So that's all very difficult. So that makes these systems very expensive, and also. there has been some reputational damage that has happened as a result of basically all these points that I've just mentioned, because there has been a lot of what I call pretend AI that actually hasn't really done us any favors. So, and perhaps most importantly, there is so much information in your customer interactions, and this is not just it's a combination of customer experience and compliance together. And you probably heard of a concept of survivorship bias, which is the concept from Second World War, where basically, if I can sum it up in one sentence, is making decisions using the wrong data. So the decisions were made trying to protect the parts of the plane that basically have returned, but actually you want the planes to survive. So this is the data wasn't available, and therefore you don't want to do that. Like with your interactions, you want to be on top of it, and this is what I call the elevated customer experience. When you merge and when you are having artificial intelligence to analyze and come up with all these emerging trends, emerging issues, everything that's happening, you are on top of it, you know it's going to happen before it happens, and therefore you could prevent it. And that's where you have less complaints, you have less issues, you have less unhappy customers. We all want happy customers. And this is basically the solution. And with AI, I'm also pleased to say that we are there. We can actually certainly do quite a lot of things that I'm talking about. So the compliance itself can be fully built in, and I'm going to show you in a second what that means. It speaks many languages, so you don't need to worry about that. Now, in terms of how we do this, so the first step is built-in compliance. So we have more than 300 categories like security check, consents, vulnerable customers. That's all tick, tick, tick. It's done. So it's plug and play. You don't actually have to spend any time doing that. Secondly, we have a big focus, a lot of algorithms focusing on customer behavior. So how is this customer feeling? How is it changing? What's happening? We focus on that, and we give you one number to tell you how urgent is it to treat this customer. And finally, the agent. The agent communication needs to be compliant. They also need to be polite. There's a lot of elements that actually you need to worry about. So I'm going to show you a quick video just to demonstrate how quickly, within a few clicks, you can go straight into your calls. Then you go into your vulnerable customers, and then as you can see, everything is being refreshed. All of this can also come as an alert. We're also going to search now for vResponse. This is an agent asking for a consent to record the data. So, and again, you don't need to do any of it. This is what the platform does for you.
Speaking, how can I help?
Hi, I've been receiving several emails and letters from you saying that my account is in arrears.
And you don't have to play everything.
My mum passed away at the end of last year, so obviously I had to take some time away from my business.
Of course, that's completely understandable. What I can do, if you're happy for me to make a note on the account of what you've just told me, I can put your account on 30-day hold.
So you can see the algorithms who identify vResponse, identify the vulnerable customer. You can just click, 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 and you're there. You don't actually have to listen to half an hour of the conversation. And you could also make a note, you could share it, and you could see how easily, that can be done. So the second, I was talking about preempting events you don't want. So we have our customer index, and you can see that it's a negative customer index. You could see to the right that there's a lot of escalation and things, and this is what you want to prevent. So now the question is, can we somewhere in the middle, could we have stopped that conversation and prevented the escalation? And I can tell you now that the answer is yes. So you need to be alerted, you need to know what to do. So secondly, things like anxiety, mental health, again, became a big issue. You don't need to look for these things. You don't know that they are there. You actually listen to the platform analysis, and the platform is going to say that there's a lot of people reporting mental issues, talking about depression, anxiety. What can we do to prevent escalation to the right? So you don't want and again, those keywords, things they have come out from the data. So managers not helping and not listening is actually the language of the customer that has been pointed out there. And finally, this is just an example from the agent's perspective. To the left, we can see different agent communication elements, and we drill into like friendliness, do they need to rephrase something? And here we have an example where we have compared them, and we can see that, someone's saying, of course, I'm trying to do that, but I'm talking to you here. I can actually use a better wording to say the same thing, and at the end, have a happy customer. So hopefully I've convinced you that this platform is built for the future to enable you elevated customer experience and fully compliant customer experience, and do come to our stand 8, and we'll be happy to show you more. Also, there's my email, so do come and talk to me. I'm happy to talk about AI in general, always, and compliance, also about everything we do at Sentient Machines. Thank you so much.
Oh. Good. Okay.
Where are we at? We're just about the afternoon, so good afternoon, everyone. This is... Is it not up there? No?
Looked earlier.
I have it there anyway. What? What's your problem? I have it there.
Going to log out and log in again.
Don't see it.
Duplicate.
Yeah, but I don't see it there. Don't see it there. Just building suspense, people. It's not the same as the one I have.
Yeah, we need to see it. Okay.
The computer doesn't see it. I don't know why. Do you want to let someone else go, or we can try and address it in lunch and go after? Yeah, but the next one thinks it's going to be
Okay.
I'm telling you, have your presentation there.
We'll have to do it. We can do it from the. Right and left, is it? No? Okay, then we have to do it from the...
Is that going to help?
No, I don't think so. We have to do it from his... he's got it on the PC. We'll see if it works, but you'll... Yes, I think so. We'll find out when we get there. So, you'll have to click on there, and I'll click it through with this.
So what? You're clicking and I'm clicking?
Well, so you can see what's changing.
I can see it. I didn't see it. I cannot do anything now.
You should do it from the computer.
Yeah. Oh, I see it. There we go. Who knew RegTech could be so suspenseful? I think you're right. So, good afternoon, everyone. My name's James Barker. I'm joined by my colleague Mark Shields. We're from Appway, which is an FNZ business. Just for anyone that doesn't know Appway and FNZ, so FNZ is one of the largest and fastest growing wealth platforms with over 1.5 trillion assets under administration. Appway as a technology specialises in complex client onboarding and the regulatory review associated with that, the periodic regulatory review. FNZ is actually a regulated business, so from a compliance perspective, we are a regulated business that serves regulated businesses, so we kind of appreciate the issues firsthand. In terms of today, there are really 4 key things that I wanted to talk about. The first is in terms of the compliance landscape, is the increase of risk that we're all facing. I think there's obviously been an increase in bad actors, but I think a few other people that have talked about it, the changing geopolitical landscape has made things, from a compliance perspective, a little bit more complicated than it's been for some time. And in parallel with that, the regulators are more active than they've ever been. So we're seeing the largest number in terms of both value and volume of fines issued by regulators. I think last year it was something over 10 billion issued. So I think the good news in all of this is that with the surge in RegTech, we're more equipped now than we ever have been before. However, this explosion of innovation gives rise to a slightly different problem with, ultimately what do we do with all of the data that RegTech innovation provides? And that's really the 4th component, and what Mark and I are going to talk to you about today, which is, generally what we see in our clients is that although RegTech has exploded, there's been a lack of joined up workflows and governance, and it really hasn't kept pace with some of the technologies that are available. In terms of kind of how this manifests across a business, we're at the point now from a client experience perspective where, calling people to sit in offices and, wet sign and sending out documents in the post, that really just isn't acceptable anymore. We need to be able to digitally do things. And from the relationship manager's perspective, when you have on average, some businesses that we work with are doing in excess of 8,000 client reviews periodically and annually, and 80% of that time is spent keying in data, and along with all that keying of data, there's a huge exposure to, human error as well as the inefficiency. So, really what we need to move to as a business is slightly more intelligent risk-based case management. So rather than high-risk cases being kind of cascaded through an entire organization, we need to move to a point where kind of intelligent logic and business rules enable cases to be directly routed to the relevant people or teams within a business, depending on the certain characteristics of that case and the risk profile. And one of the things that Mark is now going to talk to you about is a demonstration on how Appway views this and achieves it.
Thank you, James. So I'm going to introduce you to this demo. And we've got 3 characters here. We have Ben, who's our relationship manager, potentially in a wealth manager. Jane, our client, or his client, and Maria, who is the compliance officer. This particular case that James introduced there is the idea of client file reviews. Thousands of them need to be done. Here, we're going to focus on an event-driven review. So while you might have periodic reviews, 1 year, 2 year, 5 year, here we're going to do an event ad hoc review. The idea that something has changed in the underlying data, the client data of a system. So we start with Ben. He gets a case to review in his inbox automatically. Everything is then guided. He has a system-guided process to protect him from the complexity of the approval process, etc. He's able to drill through that down onto that case, and what he sees is a complete overview of the case, all the related data. He immediately understands why there is a risk change. He also understands which actions need to be taken. And to give some context here, what we're doing in this solution is pulling data from multiple systems internally, but also external screening providers. He wants to understand the relationships and verify the structure within this account, and quickly identifies that Jane is the cause, or something related to Jane is the cause of this issue. He wants to get to the cause of the problem very quickly. So what we do is collect the data, group it, see what's changed in the data. We compare it, see what's changed, and here we can see that she's clearly moved to a higher risk country. He can collaborate, get feedback from colleagues, all in the same workspace. Very simple, but most importantly, it's all traceable. In the background, because it changed a risk category, screening was kicked off automatically. And Ben is able to review the results from screening providers, validate them, dismiss them if need be, because these will have an impact on the risk categorization. He realizes, to get additional documents from his client, Jane. And here in one place, he is able to track all documents related to Jane, what's already been received, and what is missing. Well, clearly, everything's auditable. He can select multiple documents, set up an email. He hasn't moved out of his workspace, and send that through to Jane. Jane, of course, receives this email. She's able to upload her documents in her own time, one by one, and they're automatically collected and distributed to the key stakeholders in Ben's firm. It's all digital. Ben simply has to track the progress of those documents and check their SLAs, review the documents, make sure the correct documents have been uploaded, verify this. Ultimately, he needs to just check that that's okay. When he's finished, he goes to Maria, the compliance officer, and she has, once again, a similar workspace. Everything at her fingertips. And she's got complete auditability of everything that happened. So she's able to look at documents that are available, generate reports, and see the full history. So that's a review completed. When it is completed, then all data is updated in the related booking systems for the next time. That ends my demo, and I'll hand back to James.
Thanks, Mark. Just to summarise the 6 key things that we've seen there. First, the importance of a fully integrated onboarding and client review environment, linking together everyone that's responsible for the cases within the business, from the relationship manager through compliance and through legal. We've also seen that automated and rule-controlled workflows enable to get cases to the right people immediately. And that all of everything that's happening within this environment, whether it's the exchange of documents, the capture of information, or even just chat and collaboration between colleagues, is fully auditable in the system. Underneath all of this technology, this is built on a low-code platform. So this enables Appway to keep pace with the compliance in the industry, so we can actually relevantly deploy new innovations on a very quick timescale. It also becomes the nexus of your ecosystem. I think one of the things that you'll obviously see in all of our guests here is there's a huge amount of reg technology, and this can now become the nexus of your ecosystem, of all of your point solutions. And ultimately, it provides a 360-degree view of everything regarding the client's case in a single location for the organization. I hope this has been helpful, and if you've got any questions, we're outside. Thank you.
Says I've got 53 seconds left, so that could be quite a quick one. Hi there, I'm Jeff Robinson from Decision Focus. It's great to be here in person, and great to see you all here. Some familiar faces, some new faces, so yeah, great to see you all. Decision Focus is a integrated assurance platform. That's what I'm here to talk about today. We're very passionate about that integrated assurance, getting everything in one place. It covers governance, risk management, compliance, internal audit, external audit, all in one place. A little bit about the platform itself. It's a no-code SaaS solution. It's hosted on the cloud. We have templates that we draw down from for our clients, but we're very keen that you don't have to use exactly the way that we've established our platform. We know what good looks like for risk management, risk and control assessments, risk incident reporting, compliance monitoring, internal audit. But we recognise that our clients have their own frameworks and their own way of doing it. So you shouldn't have to adjust how you do things because of the way our templates are set up. But we've got a great starting position, and what we do is work with our clients in implementations. We work with the risk management team, with the internal audit team, the compliance team, and then customise it so that it's established just to the client's needs. I mentioned we have templates, these modules. They cover risk management, compliance, audit, and the integration benefit comes from many angles. So from a risk management perspective, you've got your risks and your controls in there. But in terms of from a compliance perspective, you've got policies that demonstrate your board's mandates that have been. So you integrate those and pull those controls in that will allow you to demonstrate that you're meeting your board's objective, whilst those controls are also serving the risk management purpose. Compliance team will come in and do some compliance monitoring reviews and do some testing on those controls. Or it might be to do with SOX, whether being a US parent or with the BEIS consultation on the horizon within the UK, that integrated piece with the control testing piece. You could be a risk owner in the first line, you're assessing your risks, you're adding a gifts because you've just been out and been entertained, been brought to a lovely event like this. But it can all be done in one place. So just I'm going to do a couple more slides, then I'm going to go in and do a demo of our, a very brief demo. I won't be able to show you all of the aspects of the platform, but just a bit of something to show you a little bit about our capabilities. We have a stand outside, so keen to do more, or perhaps even a follow-up afterwards. But from a risk management perspective, the risk management team, we know part of risk and control assessments, they're the bedrock of risk management, thinking about those risks and controls. They're allocated out to individuals in the business. The risk management team's got an interest in those. But then from an audit perspective, we know the audit thinks about their audit universe. They've got their auditors that go out and do testing on their based on the universe that's been established, and they'll identify actions that get established. But we look at the integration piece. Of course, the audit universe, that comes from the risk framework. It comes from risk-based audit planning. So you'll be thinking about those risks that are sitting within the risk management framework. Well, when the auditors go out and do their testing, they're testing on the controls. Those controls sit as part of the risk management framework. But where you can integrate that, you get the benefit that the first line have got their controls there, the auditors are looking at it. It's because the platform's role-based access. It doesn't matter who you are, you look at it from that different dimension. And then, of course, actions that come out of it. We see that across all of our client setup, action tracking. It's often a frustration in the business. There are lots of different places where actions can be had. Have it all in one place. So it doesn't matter whether your actions come out of risk assessments, control assessments, risk incident reporting. It's come out of some external audits, come out of SOX testing. It's all in one place. And another example or illustration, inextricably linked, a bit like audit and risk. You've got here, for example, for senior managers regime. You've got the function holders with their responsibilities, and then we've seen the risk management piece, and also in terms of policy management, the board's mandate. What are those requirements? What are the procedures? But we've got those links again. Well, how do we know that we're meeting the board's mandate? Well, through the existence of controls. Well, if you've got the regulatory function holder title, you want to know about those. You want to see that all in one place to help you show your accountabilities. So I'm just going to go across and go into a demo. So here, as I mentioned, it's role-based access. So we're looking at this from a risk management team's perspective. So there's dashboard reporting, it's all live. We can drill into this, so if we want to see why these risks, these five, bear with me 1 second, excuse me. Why these particular 5 risks, we can drill straight into those particular details. But if we look at the oversight views here, which was what I was talking about from the integrated piece, up here we can see the many aspects of where those actions have come from. Now, it doesn't matter if it's come out of an audit committee or if it's come out of compliance monitoring or internal audit reporting. One place where you can see all of those. You can drill into those individually, you can have a look and see what were those particular actions, and then go straight in and look at those details of those actions that are there. But the different stakeholders essentially have got different lenses on the same data set. There's a full audit trail in there. You can track who said what, when they change it to. There's a time stamping mechanism that you can go back in points of time and see what those were for particularly useful for quarter ends for either risk management teams or compliance reporting. One other piece that we find particularly important is from the governance perspective. So you have risk committees, audit committees. They've got the role of being reported to from the risk management teams, from the compliance teams. My background, spent 10 years in industry in the risk and compliance team. At the end of the quarter, you've gone and done your risk assessments, control assessments, action tracking, key risk indicators, compliance monitoring reviews, whatever it is you're looking at, and then you turn to the governance process and you've got to write a report. It's a Word document, a PowerPoint slide. Here, with all the data in one place, we can automatically generate your report packs. We can customize this so it exactly looks like your committee reports. So when you then go into your sections of your report, we're in the matters arising or the action tracking, I can click into an individual record here and I'm looking at this particular action. It's got a summary that the committee are aware of, but beneath it is the metadata, the full data that is in relation to all of this particular action. And if I want to make a change to that, and I just save that change, what you'll see on the left-hand side is as I've changed the data, you'll see the report itself got updated. So they are one and the same, they're synchronized. When it's ready to be published, you go to PDF and you take the report out. So that can then go straight out. You can distribute it straight out of here, or you can download it to a PDF and that can then be taken out. It's now just generating that so it can go straight out, ready for your committee pack. So it's streamlined, hugely efficient, saves a lot of time for the risk teams that are generating that information set. So yeah, that benefit of integration is huge there. So here we've got the report that's just been generated, and that can be, as I said, completely customized to our clients' needs. I mentioned at the start it's role-based access, so it doesn't matter whether you're in compliance, looking at third-party risk management, you want to look at all of your suppliers, your business continuity planning, you're looking at all of those events, operational resilience. We've got here a role which I can go into, which is compliance head. So compliance director, whether it's conduct risk that you're particularly interested, so you're again looking at a different lens across the data. We showed here that we were talking earlier about policy management and how that connects into, if you look at your policies, here are your board's policies. What's the next level down? Well, we want to think about business standards. Well, they're the standards that you must adhere to ensure that you're meeting the board's policies. Well, let's go down another level. Well, now we're thinking about the actual controls that will be in place to then make sure. Now, those controls are a subset of the controls that the risk management team have been interested in when they were thinking about it from a risk and control perspective. So that huge integration benefit across the piece. Again, I'm thinking about it from the risk management team's perspective, from the compliance team's perspective, so it doesn't matter whether I want to have oversight over the gifts and hospitality, conflicts of interest, supplier management, thinking about all of the suppliers, thinking about the suppliers and their the due diligence that's undertaken on the suppliers. We have an open API, so we integrate with other technologies. So we do that for a number of reasons, where we want to get data into our platform and have that holistic umbrella view, or if we need to get data out of the system. So it's been great to have the opportunity to talk to you today about our award-winning platform, and we're very proud of what we do. We'd love to meet any of you to talk with you a bit more about what we do at Decision Focus, and can do a follow-up demo if you'd like that. Many thanks.
Hello, everyone. Thank you for being here, and it's a pleasure to share the stage with such an awesome companies. My name is Stas Kolminsky. I represent CoinFirm, and we are a blockchain analytics company. Our core product is AML risk report for crypto wallets. So we work with any company which has incoming and outgoing crypto transactions. Crypto exchanges, banks, custodians, wallets, and so on. And the reason we are actually we exist is that since 2015 the regulations in crypto actually became a thing, and we've been one of the pioneers on the market because essentially now obviously the crypto industry it mirrors the traditional finance industry, and the regulations becoming more and more strict, and it's a debate at the moment, but we think it's a good thing because this allows crypto to be widely adopted, and essentially it allows good companies to be in place. So when it comes to our results so far, so we have one of the biggest coverages on the market, so around 800,000 assets covered, but mainly all the main blockchains you know about. It's Bitcoin, it's Ethereum, and so on. So it's a SaaS platform, and apart from this main product, we also have a crypto investigation unit where we help reclaim stolen funds and track funds, and we work with law enforcement and regulation agencies. I'm going to show you the actual report so you can understand like what we actually do. So basically, we're allowed to see the information from the blockchain and from off-chain. So the way we do it is that we collect as much as possible from the chain. So here, for example, it's an Ethereum address, and what you see is the balance. You see the USD value, the number of tokens involved, and here is actually the report itself, the risk value. The way we do it is that we have 300 risk indicators in the database, and when we analyze a wallet, we say, okay, so from these 300, 20 of these indicators are relatable to this wallet. We put them into several categories, and then the algorithm actually takes the average value. So 99 is the highest risk possible, and here we give a breakdown of the risk. So it's been mixer involved, hacker related, and the major risk is hack related because this address belongs to a hacker who was related to the KuCoin exchange hack back in 2020. Then if we go down, so here we list all the risk which we have identified. This is really useful for the compliance team because they could see the risk which affected the score. But then if we, here again, bunch of data which is more useful to different, depending on who's looking into it. And here at the bottom, we see the breakdown of the tokens involved and the description of the risk. So each risk which is identified has a detailed description in this report, and it's very easy to spot on and then create a report for the regulator and so on. Yeah, and again, bunch of data. So yeah, as I said, we've been on the market since 2016. We consider ourselves like one of the market leaders, and our mission is to help the mass adoption of blockchain and make sure that any company involved in the crypto space could have good tool to be compliant, and so they don't have any problems with the regulators. If you have any questions, if you're interested to learn more, please talk to me, my colleague Lexi here, and I think, let me just check. Yeah, so today at 2:50, our head of regulations, Barbara, she'll be on this panel, so please join, and you can also talk to her. Thank you so much. It was a pleasure.
right. 1 minute 20 isn't going to do, but 5 would work if we can reset that. All right, let me get started. So, thank you. Hawk AI, future of transaction surveillance, anti-money laundering platform. I'd like to talk to you today a little bit about our actual case manager and how we handle everything from transaction monitoring to payment screening, customer screening and rescreening, and customer risk rating. A little bit about us first. For the last 4 years, we were founded in Germany, expanded across Europe, across North America, and at this point in time, we process billions of transactions across the globe in more than 60 different countries for a wide variety of different financial institutions. We're talking fintechs, we're talking banks like Banco do Brazil, or smaller or more modern neobanks like Novus and Greengot, and we try and align ourselves as strongly as possible with as many regulatory bodies, whether that be on a global level like the FATF, FCA here in the UK, BaFin and the like. We really think of ourselves and position ourselves as compliance experts and payments industry experts that can bring modern technology, mainly AI and cloud, into the market to solve the key challenges we face. And there are two, really. This shouldn't come as much of a surprise from the market perspective. One is false positive reduction, and the other one is detecting more anomalies. From a false positive reduction perspective, this makes sense, right? We spend 100 billion a year, every single year, on technology, on headcount, and we deal with 95% false positives. It's not a good scorecard. But on the other hand, we're also talking about ESG. ESG has been a hot topic today. Compliance and AML is actually ESG by design, right? Because all of the money laundering you're preventing actually has such a significant societal impact. So anomaly detection and finding new types of financial crime is actually ESG. Maybe more so than moving efficiently into the cloud as opposed to on-prem solutions. So let's talk a little bit about the case manager that we deal with now. All my notes have disappeared, so I'm just going to have to wing this. Typically within our case managers, what you'll find is all of the information frontline operators would need to make decisions on whether something constitutes financial crime or not, right? Separating true suspicion from false suspicion. Oftentimes that takes place with preloaded patterns. So for example, fan-in patterns developed by the FATF, and then surfacing all of the information in context, doing a network analysis, and showing what those patterns, or what triggered those actual patterns. Sometimes those patterns could be things like velocity, it could be round amounts, whatever is predefined. But it's important to realize who defines what financial crime is. The problem with old rule-based systems is financial crime is defined by the people who put the rules in, and the rules that are in place are inflexible. Rather than thinking about the market defining what fraud is, what money laundering is, or rather than us doing it, we should let the market do it. And the market does it by behavior and by context. So if you think about things like, for example, modern innovations, real-time payments, cryptos, NFTs, and the like, these types of innovations can actually look like suspicious behavior to old rigid systems. But the idea is it's not suspicious behavior, it's just changing consumer behavior leading to these types of issues. If we speed through very quickly, in an example of our interface, the idea is you want to be able to surface this type of financial crime, and you want to be able to explain it to the frontline operators, because we truly believe explainable AI is the only way AI is going to be adopted within the industry. Rules are very easy to understand until they get extremely complex. AI is even more difficult. So the idea of surfacing what actual true suspicion is and why it is suspicious within the context of the market is particularly important. We wouldn't be an AI company, and it wouldn't be a demo without a little bit of latent space representation. But this really shows that the market can decide, the data can decide, the behavior can decide what constitutes financial crime and what constitutes just changing behavior. And the good thing about that is the same AI that leads to these explainable results also sets us up for the future. And the future is cross-institutional analysis. The problem now is you have all of these individual institutions, banks, fighting financial crimes in a silo, in a vacuum, not sharing patterns, not sharing information. Oftentimes because they can't, they have to remain compliant to other regulation, like GDPR and not sharing PII. But what if you don't share the information? What if you share the patterns? Not just from the regulators, but from the actual companies themselves. I'm basically out of time. So what I would say is AML surveillance has been an extremely quick run-through from the platform. We don't have a stand, but there are many of us around. Look for the beard and come talk to me about the future of AML surveillance.
Hey guys, last one. I'm Rachel Greaves. I'm the CEO and co-founder of Castle Point Systems. I designed the solution I'm about to show you. I'm a certified auditor, security manager, privacy engineer, and a certified records manager as well. So let's play. All right, so this is our system, and what it does is it reads all of the data in the enterprise. So every item in every system, structured and unstructured, on-prem and cloud, and it registers that information in its own database. Once we have that, we can do a few things. So e-discovery is the obvious one. So when we use natural language processing AI like this, we can look for a topic and we can find everything related to that topic in the enterprise, including things we didn't know that we had, things that might have inherent risk or inherent value. We can find the things, just the ones we're interested in, and leave the rest, and then go and find everywhere they appear in the enterprise. Those could be in structured database rows, they could be in Google Drive, they could be in people's email. These are just hyperlinks. We don't take a copy of the binaries, we manage in place. They stay in the source system. That means the solution's agentless and connectorless. There's no impact on the source data or the source systems or network performance. Same thing for named entities, people, places, things. This is important for subject access requests, right to be forgotten, etc. So we find every mention of a certain individual, we can export that list and say, as of today, this is everything we have across the enterprise and over all time about that individual, for example. It gets more interesting with ontology. So an ontology is just a taxonomy that's hierarchical, but behind it is hidden all of the synonyms that relate to a certain issue. So these can be risk-driven or regulatory. They can be value-driven. This one is the International Statistical Classification of Diseases. It's used by our government health clients to find everything in the environment related to a certain topic. So for example, if we go for cancer brain, we can see in this test data set there's 9 matches on that, and Castle Point will return brain cancer, brain tumour, glioblastoma, anything synonymous. So we search every system and every synonym in one go. Anything can be an ontology. This is a regulatory one. These are current royal commissions running in Australia, which is where I'm from and where our company is from. All this information is subject to a freeze or a hold. So we will tell the organisation where it is, but also, which I'll show you in a second, we'll alert if somebody modifies that or deletes it, which would be a breach of the terms of the inquiry, for example. We find this based on the content, so it doesn't matter if no one has applied the appropriate metadata. In fact, there are too many regulations and rules for people to use metadata to label them, even if they did understand them. The other thing we can do with ontologies, which is pretty cool, is we can essentially kind of Google Trends our own information. So if we take an ontology like this one, which is a standard risk ontology, which you'll be familiar with in terms of PII and sensitive data, as well as national security classified information, we can show not just where it is, but also when it is. So when would the spike, you can't really see, the resolution's not great, there's a graph there. So it'll show us over time, you know, when did we have a big dump of information that might be a breach, for example. We'll generate reports as well. We will do advanced search. So here we can find anything related to a certain topic. We can find every executable in the entire environment, for example, which helps us manage risk of things that might have malicious payload. And again, we can export all those lists. It's built on RESTful API. So we normally have 4 or 6 or 8 billion rows of data in the Castle Point database. That's all accessible to any other system, any of the other systems you've seen here today, to action that information. As well as capturing where the information is, we also capture what happens to it. So we can find every time someone previewed a file, removed a sensitivity label, everything a certain user did in the 2 weeks before they were fired, every action ever on a certain file, which is an important part of discovery as well. We'll also capture what we would call actionable events. Not every event that happens is actionable, but we'll filter out the ones that are, and we'll put those on the dashboard and also send them in an alert. And then obviously you've got your regular expression. So we'll actually triage the risk of matches. You can see this one's only medium risk because the credit card's out of date, for example. That's the audit and assurance side. And then finally, to really help us manage the risk, we reduce the threat surface in the environment by determining what can be disposed of and when. So we'll sentence everything in the environment based on records retention schedules that come from laws or from records authorities, and then we'll automatically classify that information so we can trigger the destruction. We can show everything overdue for disposition, everything coming up, And the kind of AI we use is called rules as code. So it's not supervised machine learning, it's not an algorithm, it's not a black box. It's actually tracing the rules used to classify the data in a completely transparent way. So in this way, we can see for a particular record, and a record could be structural, so you might say every library in SharePoint is a record, or it can be virtual. You might say everything with this project code, no matter where it is in the whole enterprise, is the record. We'll classify it and sentence it together. We'll show all the items in the record. CastlePoint will read all of that and tell us what it's about, what are the most common terms, but then right at the lowest level of granularity, for a specific item, why did it classify the way that it did in terms of its retention? That makes this a very defensible process for the business to run. All right, that is the picture. I'm going to let you go. It's time to stop. So any questions, please come and see me. We're at the first booth right near the entrance. We'll be here all day. I'm doing a panel at 1:45 and I'll do a full talk at, I think, 2:30. Thanks.
Thanks, Rachel, and you're absolutely right. We're just about to break into our lunch break. Just wanted to mention, if you have any questions about the presenters, about their demonstrations, feel free to reach out to them on the Brella platform or just grab them in the lunch break. I'm sure they'll be more than happy to chat to you more about their solutions. With that being said, I'll let you go, refuel over the next 1 hour, and I'll see you here again after the lunch break for more demonstrations. Take care. Welcome back, everyone. Hopefully you had a productive lunch break. So we're about to pick up where we left off with more demonstrations of the companies that were voted in by delegates. So as mentioned, if you missed the morning session, each presenter has 5 minutes to present their solution. We will ask the next presenter to just jump on stage once the previous speaker has finished, just to save time. And please do try to stick to your given time just to give equal opportunity to everybody. With that being said, I'll pass over to Isabel from TETELEC to kick things off.
Hi everyone, my name is Isabel and I work for TETELEC. So TETELEC provides security and compliance for modern collaboration platforms. So we do this by ingesting content from the platforms you're probably all familiar with, such as Zoom, WebEx, Microsoft Teams, Slack. We can analyze that content for potential risk. We can route that through to your appropriate supervision and compliance teams for review, and then we can store that for your defined retention period in our cloud archive. So just to talk a little bit more about the integrations, we kind of have certified partnerships and partner integrations with all of the leading vendors. And we can capture all those communications, whether that's a video meeting or a video conference, whether that's chat, or whether that's the more traditional audio or email communications. What we've found from speaking to many of our customers and enterprises is that over the past kind of few years, with the massive proliferation in communications on these platforms, is that legacy archive vendors are really struggling to capture these new communication methods, such as video meetings or chat. The kind of fluid nature of chat, the fact it spans over several days, several weeks, the fact that it has things like emojis or GIFs, which can alter the context of the conversation, means it's very hard to be able to capture that unless it's in its native format. And with video platforms, in addition to the audio, you also need to be able to review the video content that is shared on screen, as well as things such as in-meeting chat. So TETELEC actually enables you to capture all the content of a meeting, whether that's something that's shared on the screen, whether that's something that's typed or attached as part of a chat conversation, or whether that's something that's said in an audio transcript. We can capture all of that, and we can either send that through to your existing archive, or we can store that ourselves in our cloud-based WORM-compliant archive. The integrations themselves are really quick and easy to set up. They take probably 5 to 10 minutes for each integration. And once that integration is set up, there's no impact at all on your end users. We simply capture all that communication in the background. The next stage then is analysis of that content. So we can custom build out policies for your organization based on what you're looking for. So we have pre-built detections built using AI and machine learning to detect potential risk in content that's shared on screen, in anything that's typed or attached as part of a chat, or anything that's said in a conversation. The policies span across DLP risks. They span across things like security and behavior risks, as well as some very specific classifiers that have been built to detect financial services regulations, as well as more generic things such as customer complaints or risky behavior. Once the content has been analyzed, it's then available for you to view in our eDiscovery platform. And this is a really effective way to view all your communications in one place. So it provides a single pane of glass across all your communications. You can very easily filter down on this by participant name, for example. I'm going to start typing in someone's name here. Okay, I'm going to pull this up here. You can filter by things like date, and you can filter by things like platform as well. In addition, you can search across any keyword or phrase. I'm typing in the word beyond here, and we can search across things like the transcript, the chat text, the screen text, or the conference chat to find that keyword. Because all the content is indexed as soon as it comes in, the search is instantaneous, making it really efficient to find the content you're looking for. I'm just going to pull up an example here, which is a Microsoft Teams meeting. Okay. What we can see here is we've got some purple dots which highlight where we found the keyword I'm looking for, which is beyond. So if I navigate to this point in the meeting, I'm going to increase the screen. You can see this example here. We've found the word beyond in the actual in-screen text, so we OCR the video content. What you'll notice is that we also have a red dot a bit later on. This is flagging up where we've found potentially risky behavior, this time in the audio transcript. So if I jump through to the transcript here, and to that point in the conversation. You can see here the advisor saying, I can definitely send you some information offline if you'd like. So in this case, the advisor is trying to move the conversation into an unmonitored space, so we have flagged that up as risky behavior. The fact that we detect potential risk in the conversations and also highlight the exact point in the conversation where that risk occurred makes that whole review process very efficient for your compliance or supervising team. Rather than having to listen to the entire video call, which can sometimes be an hour long or perhaps 2 hours long, they can just jump to the relevant points in the conversation. So this example here, we found risk both in the screen and in the transcript. I'm just now going to pull up a chat example so we can take a look at how we show chat. Okay. So you can see here we pull the chat through in its native format, making it very easy to view and understand. We also pull in things like attachments so you can view that content that's been shared. In addition, we spoke before about the kind of nature of chat, how it can span several hours, it can span days, weeks, months even, and it can be very difficult to get an idea of the context of the conversation if you're only looking at one snippet in time. So what we actually allow you to do is to view that whole historical timeline of that conversation over the whole period of time it's taken place. So you can span back over days, weeks, months even, to have the whole context of that conversation between users. What you'll see as well is we pull up and flag up the risk in all points in that conversation. Okay. Finally, just to talk briefly about our content destination. So Theta Lake provides its own cloud-based archive. We have data centers hosted in the UK, in the US, in EMEA, and in APAC. And you can configure your retention period according to your defined retention period. Optionally as well, we have the ability to send all that content to your existing third-party archive. As I mentioned before, many companies have an existing archive in place that they want to continue using. They simply don't have the ability to capture Teams, for example, or chat. So we can capture that communication and send that through to your existing archive. So I just wanted to finish there. Thank you very much. And I'm not sure what my time is, but... Oh, good. Okay, thank you, everyone.
So, hello everybody. My name is Camillo, and I'm the CEO and founder of Simpex. I started Simpex after a first-hand experience at Deloitte as a compliance consultant. I experienced compliance and especially KYC, KYB in many remediations across Europe. It was always very painful and very costly for not only for Deloitte but also for the bank. And what we did was actually always reviewing documents, analyzing documents, asking the end customer or the end business for more documents, and then we structured the documents in an Excel sheet and stored it away on SharePoint. Then, if it comes to an audit, we send an analyst back to the SharePoint looking for the right document and trying to make the auditor happy. And this was the point where I left Deloitte and I decided to do a PhD and solve that problem with technology. As of today, we built a fully automated system which basically does exactly that. We source documents for you as a bank or financial institutions from a primary source in over 200 jurisdictions as of today. We analyze the content with natural language processing and AI and generate a 100% audit-proof documentation KYC report for you. In order to enable end-to-end automation, we also integrated multiple different vendors for you in our platform. How it works and how we help you from integration to execution. So it comes, so basically it comes as a RESTful API, and you can integrate it into a website or into your internal system. The only thing what we need to know is your data points, so your compliance framework, which is mostly already in place, and the documents which you want to analyze. And then you can choose from plug-and-play modules. Everything comes with a web-based interface, so you can always check how it works, what are the details. How it looks like, so this could be, I think the video is not starting. So, one question to the technology there. One question to the tech team, is it?
Yeah, we were just trying to rewind it.
Okay. Okay, so maybe we start here again. So maybe if you go a little bit back, and I start with the solution again. So can you scroll a little bit back when we did the slide change? Then I just follow up here again. So I think you got the story with Deloitte. So we reviewed many documents, and we tried to make unstructured data in a structured way. And this is basically when I decided to build a technology on that. And what we do, we get you the official documents, we analyze the content, extract targeted information for your compliance framework, and then generate a KYC report fully automated for you. And on top, we integrated multiple vendors to enable end-to-end automation. And how it works is, if the video works, yes. We have in place a full REST API, which is easy to integrate into your existing compliance framework or on your website. So you get a link from us, you put it on your website, and then we basically collect all the information which is needed for a successful onboarding. And you can choose here from plug-and-play modules at the center always our Simpex NLP analytics capability, which is developed in-house from Google and Facebook engineers. And on top, there's a web-based interface, which I show you in a second how it works. It's already there. And basically someone puts in or your customer puts in the company name, selects a jurisdiction. Here it's Germany. And then in the background, we analyze and already sourcing relevant documents for you from a local government or from a chamber of commerce or a commercial register. Here, we also ask the client to provide more information about the ultimate beneficial owner. I'm not sure if you heard about the transparency register, which is coming up in Europe. So there's a special rule. So if the client information, the self-declaration matches with the transparency register, you do not have to do further investigations. So this is something, this is a check which we automate for you, fully integrated. And at the end, you get a report at that stage showing you what is complete, what has been verified with the provided document or with the source document, also with a shareholder and shareholder diagram, org chart, which we basically generated out of a shareholder list, which is stored at the commercial register, for instance, and attached then here the documents which we sourced from the official data source in real time. In addition to that, we have a link here, and you jump back into our web-based solution, which gives you an overview of the questionnaire, the documents. You can do a client outreach with a gap analysis. And also, if we recognize name in the documents, we do automatically a negative news, PEP, and sanction screening. On top of this, each data point comes with a deep link. So if you click on a data point, the document opens, and you get guided to the relevant section where we found information. So no need to send your analysts back into the archive or to the SharePoint to pick up documents if an auditor is coming over. Then on top of it, we help you organizing your client onboardings in a Kanban board like here. Each column can be fully automated. If you're interested in this, take your phone, scan the code, and schedule a follow-up. On top of this, we are working together with different integrators like PwC or Deloitte, so they help you with integration, and they also offer a fully managed service. So it means you can fully outsource KYC in the long term if needed. And yeah, that's it for me at that stage. Thank you very much for your attention. Thank you for the technology and the support in the background.
Hi, my name's Stuart Pitt. I'm one of the co-founders of Alatus, and our Alatus Unity is a requirements gathering and data management solution that will help you reduce your regulatory reporting project costs by over 50%, help you get to grips with your data management and data lineage, and reduce the risks of regulator penalties. And I'll now hope the VT runs.
Our solution is a simple 5-step process. Upload reporting templates and guidance documents, connect the reporting requirements in the templates to a business glossary, connect the business glossary terms to a data model via business rule logic, upload client source systems metadata, and connect the client source metadata to the data model via data mappings. This completes the end-to-end lineage in a structured, reusable format. Applying this methodology consistently allows the knowledge base to build up, covering multiple regulations, multiple regulators, and all source systems. Our approach ensures consistency across projects and helps to demonstrate better control to auditors and regulators. Alatus Unity is structured in line with this methodology and includes capture of both report templates and source metadata, as well as the business rules and data mappings. Share allows anyone to browse the entire knowledge base, and exploit allows anyone to download reports to Excel or PDF. Let's have a look in Share, where we can see the component parts. Starting with source systems, expand to show systems, stores, and elements. Then the data model to show the entities and attributes. Expanding on the business glossary will show all the business glossary terms. And finally, the report catalogue, where expanding on a report name will show the sections. Selecting a report section will open the template to the right. From here, we can select any of the labels and see what glossary terms it is attached to. In this case, the report label, Agriculture, Forestry and Fishing, has been connected to the Standard Industrial Classification Code. Selecting any of those glossary terms then shows us whether any other reports connect to the same term. Going back to the template, notes can be used to capture regulator guidance in appropriate places, with links direct to the relevant page of the uploaded regulator guidance document shown on the right. The interpretation captured alongside that guidance builds up the knowledge base in addition to reducing reliance on SMEs. These requirements are captured at a cell-by-cell level. Clicking on an output cell will show the unique combination of business rules required to populate that one cell. Notes can hold the coded rule in plain English so that non-technical persons can follow the logic, and the end-to-end lineage for that particular cell can also be shown graphically. From the cell, through the business glossary, the rule logic, the data model, all the way back to the source systems. In this example, Form AL connects to lending amount in the business glossary, which requires connection to several data model attributes, such as debit and credit ledger balances and group agreement data. Drilling through from the debit ledger balance, we can see there are two possible sources of this information, Banking Beta System and YB Mortgage System. Lineage is created automatically from reports analysis and data mappings captured in the knowledge base. All analysis has a full audit trail. And finally, the filters down the side and search function at the top, which will highlight matches within their respective components, make it easy to find what you're looking for. The exploit function allows you to download any content from the knowledge base into either PDF or spreadsheet format, such as a functional specification design, outstanding questions captured in notes, or heat maps showing attributes down the side and their usage across reports, all created based on the most up-to-date content. Lattice Unity encourages better collaboration across the organisation, breaking down operational silos and consolidating pockets of data knowledge into one shareable knowledge base. Our best practice methodology builds up full end-to-end data lineage, accessible to all. So why not capture, share and exploit your knowledge and take control of your data and regulatory reporting with a Lattice Unity.
drag this over to. Didn't like that. There we go.
Let's do this.
Cool. Okay. Perfect. Got there eventually. Hello, everyone. My name's Ben Nestel. I'm one of the platform specialists at Behaviox. What I'll do in this 5 minutes is I will tell you a bit about our mission. I'll tell you why we're going about things the way we are, and then tell you how we actually go about doing that. So our mission, very simply, is to protect organizations from bad actors. What we do is we use AI-powered analysis to analyze all corporate communications data within an organization to spot for illegal, immoral, and malicious behaviors. Why we go about doing things the way we do? The best way to kind of take a look at that is actually look at some of the challenges that compliance teams and organizations have faced to date. The first thing, it's no secret, it's been spoken about today, is the fact that the shift to work from home has transformed the workplace. It's created a digital headquarters whereby the majority of workplace communications are now taking place online. That's both written and also audio communications as well. So most things are taking place now on Teams, Slack, Zoom, WebEx, whatever it may be. That's created data silos and made analyzing that data in a really efficient way quite tricky for firms to do. The second thing is that fraud speaks multiple languages. So most firms out there operate at a global scale. Most legacy systems and programs can only really handle English, or which creates a gap, or you have to have several different kind of programs and systems across the organization, which is expensive and inefficient. The third thing is that we found that voice harbors 10 times more fraud than written communications, and voice and analyzing that in a really effective way has been a challenge for compliance teams to date. And when they've solved that, having that in the same place as e-communication analysis has been equally as challenging. The fourth thing, it's been spoken about again a lot today, is the fact that there are more risks than ever now, and those risks are constantly evolving. So we've spoken about cryptocurrency, but you also see risks around SPACs, the stock market volatility, and those sorts of things. So trying to keep ahead of that and just keep up with that is also a real challenge for firms out there. And then finally is the fact that most compliance programs, when they're thinking about analyzing communications, there's been a reliance on, at worst, random sampling, and at best, lexicon, which makes trying to find those bad actors really like trying to find a needle in a haystack. So then how Behaviox goes about doing this and how we help firms protect themselves from illegal, immoral, and malicious behaviors. The first thing is we want to bring all of those communication types into a single repository. That's both voice communications and also e-communications. Then what we do, and apologize if this is a little bit small, but we identify those bad actors. So what we've done is we've built a comprehensive risk taxonomy, so models covering different types of risks that are relevant to the verticals and the organizations that we work with. We then have a team of internal compliance SMEs who are feeding our AI models relating to the different risks, huge amounts of data, that's sentences, phrases, behaviors linked to those types of risks. What then happens is we have these tools, which we call machine learning scenarios. When the data comes in to the Behaviox platform, those tools will look at the communications and say, okay, based on what I've been trained on, so that data that I've been fed, does this piece of communication contain any of the risks that this firm is interested in? If there's a chance it does, then we're going to generate an alert for your teams to review. And the quality of those alerts is really impressive, and we're really proud of that ourselves. And what we're seeing at the minute is up to 1 in every 8 alerts that we're generating for our clients is deemed worthy of investigation and further review. So we're no longer just thinking about how can we reduce false positives for compliance teams to have to sit down and review, but actually now we really want to think about how can we give them really high quality insights that's going to help them protect their organization from bad actors. And then finally, we want to make sure that we can do that at a global scale. So keep up with the global nature that our clients operate in. So we're not just taking those models and running them through Google Translate to make sure that they can operate in different languages. We employ our subject matter experts across the different geographies that we work in. So we localize the scenarios, the models that we have, to make sure that we pick up for any local nuances and characteristics that we need to pick up for in those models. And then finally, what we do is we give our clients a platform where they can really efficiently review those alerts that we're generating for them and investigate further, collaborate with their team, and escalate those through the organization. We don't actually run platform demos anymore for our clients. It was a decision that I helped to drive because I found them quite boring and not very productive to do. So what we did was we stood up a representative client environment full of kind of real data and real alerts, so the data that we use to train our models. And then we let prospects actually just sit down, log into the platform, and then go about their daily workflows and investigations as if they were stood up as real BehaveOps clients. So if that's something that anyone in the room would be interested in doing, we call it a test drive, much like when you go buy a car. If that's something you're interested in doing, then feel free to grab me at any point today and we can get that set up for you. Thank you.
Okay. Afternoon, everyone. My name's Rob. I'm the solutions architect at Cube, which is an AI-driven SaaS solution that automates regulatory change. And our aim is to empower compliance functions to manage obligations, regulatory obligations, more effectively. Excuse me. The problem that Cube solves is well known. The volume and pace of regulation is increasing, with 300 million pages of content published in 2020 alone. Traditionally, this problem could be fixed by throwing more resource at it, which has pushed the estimated annual cost of compliance globally to $270 billion. However, the traditional approach is proving to be ineffective, and institutions are still not managing their obligations adequately. This is borne out by the increasing size and frequency of fines handed out by the regulators. And these penalties are not restricted to your employer. Personal fines are also becoming more common. Earlier this year, a huge personal fine was handed to an investment director for failing to comply with conflicts of interest rules. The causes of these issues are varied, but ultimately, all come down to a steady increase in regulatory complexity across the industry. Multiple regulatory bodies publishing guidance on the same topics can make it hard to identify what needs to be done. And variances in regional compliance principles means global operators need to change the way that they comply depending on the country that they're operating in. Emerging regulatory initiatives create pressure for institutions to comply, but the mechanisms to do so are not yet well established. And the recent increase in regulation around ESG is a classic example of this. The knock-on effects on regulated entities are also numerous. In a recent poll, many chief compliance officers expressed a lack of confidence that all their gaps had been identified. They simply don't know to what extent they're compliant. And when action is taken, it's slow in relation to the pace of change. For multinationals with centralized compliance teams, their ability to effectively understand and manage regional obligations can be hampered by dependency on regional employees, who are not necessarily compliance experts, or external consultants who can be expensive and slow to provide guidance. And ultimately, for the chief compliance officers and other controlled functions, this is what keeps them up at night. So how can Cube help? Addressing the problem of diverse and fragmented regulatory environments, Reg Platform provides a coordinated, global view of regulatory change across 180 countries, 700 jurisdictions, and 3,500 issuing bodies. All content in Reg Platform is pre-classified against Cube's proprietary classification model. This means users can identify and compare common rules across different regulatory bodies and jurisdictions. To help compliance teams manage the uncertainties of emerging regulatory obligations, Reg Platform's Horizon Scanning module ensures fully profiled, highly relevant content for each user and gives them the tools to stay on top of evolving regulatory requirements. In addition, Reg Platform machine translates all content into English in near real time. This enables central compliance teams to more easily understand regional regulation and reduces reliance on local consultants. Reg Platform also tracks updates to regulation over time, providing a timeline view of not only the updated sections, but also a red line of exactly what words have been added or removed compared to any of the previous versions. This ensures that analysts never miss a regulatory change, and when an update does occur, Cube simplifies the process of digesting it. Finally, Reg Platform maps regulatory rules and obligations to the appropriate areas of your business, be that a department, a policy, a control, or a process. And this means that the potential impacts of an update are identified from the start, making the compliance response faster and more effective. So rest easy, compliance professionals, for Cube is here. In closing, Cube already enjoys relationships with some of the world's most well-known institutions, ranging from tier 1 banks to payment systems, insurance companies, asset managers, and so on. And we'd love for you to join them. Thanks for your time.
Good afternoon. I'm Julian from WorkSmart. I've only got two things to say, really. I have it here. I shan't be walking off with it this year. Yeah, two quick things to say. For those of you who know WorkSmart, as of about 5 weeks ago, we are now part of the Davies Group. And the only other thing I wanted to say was everything else we need to say is in our 5-minute presentation. So I'm assuming if I press this button, or the other button, we should be away. Thank you very much.
Hello everyone, whether you're in the conference centre or whether you're logging into the sessions remotely today, a very warm welcome and hello to you. My name's Emma, I'm Business Development Manager at WorkSmart, and I've been asked to spend approximately 5 minutes or so just introducing you to who we are, what we do, who we do it for, and actually to give you a little bit of insight into just one of our products. So who are WorkSmart? Well, we've been around a long time and we really are a combination of compliance practitioners and individuals that have worked in the industry for many, many years. And we've taken that knowledge and we've created a nice suite of RegTech products that really add value to organisations, not just from a compliance ticking box perspective, but in terms of adding real business benefit. We offer some of our solutions as SaaS, some on-premise. We are ISO 27001, so we tick a lot of firms' boxes in terms of that due diligence piece as well. And for SMCR, we partner with pretty much all of the major trade bodies, actually. So you will often find either myself or our regulatory director, Julie Pardy, or my colleague Nick on a podium waxing lyrical about the senior managers and certification regime too. We have won a number of awards, but I won't labour that point other than to say, of course, we don't nominate ourselves for them. They are nominated by customers. So what do we do at WorkSmart? So we're a RegTech 100 vendor, of which we're very proud actually. So that means we're in the top 100 RegTech providers. Our roots really were in T&C, so training and competence, where we had a very, we still do in fact, have a very configurable platform that's used by some of the largest banks in the world actually to manage the training and competence of their individuals. We also do file quality checking for firms in terms of providing the software that very intelligently selects cases for checking and manages the process end to end. And we have a complaints management solution, which is widely used across a number of different sectors. So it was off the back of our training and competence platform that the first version, I guess, of our SMCR platform was born. But at that point, it was kind of a module in itself attached to the T&C platform. So we quickly recognised that we actually needed to start again with some investment, a blank sheet of paper, and it was deserving of its own product. And that's where our SMCR SaaS solution, Accord, was born. And that's what I'd like to touch on today, just to give you a very short introduction to that. It's worth mentioning as well on this slide that obviously the forthcoming Consumer Duty really does play into all of these product sets here as well. So who do we do that for then? You can see a very wide range of clients across all manner of firms in financial services, from the very small to the very large. So, you know, small branches of foreign banks who maybe only have 15 or so people captured by the senior managers and certification regime, all the way up to some of the bigger firms you see there with many, many thousands. So our Accord SMCR solution is incredibly functionally rich, but covers all 5 pillars of the regime. So the senior managers and governance aspects, the reasonable steps evidence, all the way through to managing the conduct rules as well. We can manage things through timelines in the system, and that's important for SMCR for that audit trail. So you can go back on any particular page within the system and just say, well, show me what my organisation looked like on that particular date in history. People are drawn into the system with call to action emails, so they'll get an email that says, this is what you need to do, and here's a hyperlink that will take them straight to anything that they need to interact with, whether that's a form or activity. So the need to navigate the system pretty much goes away, really. We can manage the governance of the organisation in here with an org chart that was very much based around the regulators' org chart when they applied the regime to themselves. So we're confident in the fact that this is kind of what good looks like. But of course, it's all mineable and interactive on screen as well. We can manage committees through the system. We can enable you to upload documentation and evidence for that reasonable steps piece. And of course, provide management and oversight dashboards, both for scheme administrators, but also for senior management as well. We manage the FCA directory data in here as well, so the output of our FCA directory report can be uploaded directly to the regulator in the format that they require it. So I hope that that's given you a very short flavour. I only had 5 minutes for this presentation. I could wax lyrical about this stuff all day. We are on a stand in the hall outside, so please do come and visit either myself or my colleagues, and we'd be happy to talk some more, or alternatively use the contact details that you can see on the screen. It's been my pleasure. Enjoy the rest of your day.
Yeah, unfortunately, I've been asked to extend a huge apologies on behalf of Mahmoud Mkhiri, who was the CEO of Veron. Unfortunately, his visa didn't get in on time. So they've sent us a video, but if you do want to reach out to him and like what you see, reach out to him on the Brella platform. He's available there.
Welcome everyone. I'm happy to see you at the Global RegTech Summit. I'm Amini and I walk you through our AML compliance solution provided by Vinoran Risk and Compliance. Our main mission is to provide painless compliance in a changing world. So why AML technologies are so important? So numbers speaks for themselves. Money laundering activities cost the world 2% to 5% of its global GDP. And usually money laundered comes from major crimes like human trafficking, modern day slavery, drug dealing, etc. Also, $267 billion is the total estimated turnover loss due to money laundering alone. So this is a major problem for both governments and financial institutions. That's why in Vinoran, we invested heavily in creating and developing a modern and future-proof technology. So who we are. Vinoran was founded in 2007 with more than 100 employees, serving more than 200 customers in the 4 continents. Also, we have 4 offices in Africa, France, and Qatar. So, what makes of us best in breed? We figured that many financial institutions aims at modernizing and improving their legacy systems, but they find themselves with too many choice among niche players. Best AML solution, best KYC solution, but never a one-stop shop solution. And that's one of our major points, that we are providing these institutions with everything in one place. So they don't need to buy different solutions and jump from one platform to another to make full investigation and remain fully compliant. Also, there is a major shortage in collaborative framework. So not only the compliance team is involved with this problem, financial institutions have third parties, resellers, and also have different business relationships. So having an embedded workflow system and best-in-class business automation engine was our major concern, and we worked on that to provide our clients with customizable workflow systems that works even for the most complex organizations. Finally, the false positives problems. Hundreds of hours are wasted on working on false alerts and false positives. And thanks to our technologies and proprietary technologies specifically developed by our R&D team, our clients witnessed 80% less in false positives and false alerts. So how are we doing that? RAISE, the risk and compliance suite, comes in a modular solution. The first model is RAISE KYC, ensuring customer due diligence like sanction screening, PEP, and screening against internal, public, and private lists. Also, the system comes with an embedded risk-based approach, easily customizable and adaptable to different industries. Finally, we have the continuous due diligence for continuous compliance, of course. The next model is real-time transaction filtering, including international and local transaction filtering, as well as SWIFT and non-SWIFT. The next model is RAISE AML, covering transaction monitoring and detection of suspicious and unusual behavior. This model is powered by AI and ML for accurate alerts generation and segmentation. Finally, the extra model is the RAISE GTC, helping financial institutions prepare and generate their ARS reporting. So thanks to this modern technology and different feature and rich platform, we have more than 200 clients across the globe, from major banking groups, insuring groups, even microfinance. Also, we have enough, the platform is personalized enough to adapt to different industries, going from banks to insurance companies, payment institutions, etc. And the solution was trusted by major partners and top-tier content providers. If you need any help, you can reach out via email, and we will be ready to help. Welcome everyone. I'm happy to see you at the
So, good afternoon, everybody. My name's Chris Marsh. I'm on the business development side for governance.com. Very quickly, the definition of governance. Good to understand 3 key points involved in governance. Our mission, very simple, digitally transform the asset management sector. This is via our low-code process management platform, on the journey with many of the major Tier 1 financial institutions. The problem, we all know about large fines and penalties for sanctions and compliance costs. Our solution is one of digital governance, and the motto, very important, that we transform your business, but one process at a time. Very famous quote from the TV host on The Profit, a US program for investors. People plus process plus product is what interests him. Our asset management clients have the people and the product. What we provide is the automated processes to complete the solution. So into our product, 2 components, the core part and the dashboard part. The portal allows our clients to communicate externally, to promote their various functions, to provide DDQ questionnaires which can be created, and it is also a data and a document repository tool. If I look now at the use cases, it is a highly flexible system. It can be used for a depository side, it can be used for central admins, it can be used for management company oversight and controls. 3 core pillars within the system, all linked. The dashboards can be created by individual users for themselves and for other parts of the organization or external people. This can be for KYC, AML, compliance, KPIs, etc. You can track funds via the dashboards. As part of the flexible data model, for instance, for a management company, oversight and controls, you can see all the data is logically kept relating to the IFM. The board details are kept, the details of the board directors, and it can actually also, with the data being stored only one time, provide a real-time risk screening capability connected to third-party risk tools. It also acts as a document repository. So you see there that we have connectivity to the real-time screening tools. Within the system, you can also monitor external delegates, you can monitor DDQ responses, you can create your own DDQ surveys and send them out and create risk ratings from the results. The beauty of the system is that the IFM is connected to the fund and the sub-funds so that you have all the information necessary for the regulator to assure them of your compliance and control over your business. Integrated workflows, key last part of the system. We use an embedded workflow engine called Camunda, which is BPMN compatible. And this allows people to create their own workflows within the system as super users. It's a low-code platform, so you don't need to be an IT expert to run these processes. Every process can have a workflow attached to it, and your business is notified of the activity of the workflow as it develops. This is, for instance, for client onboarding. Super users with very little bit of training can get into a position to create their own workflows. In the industry, everybody has complex workflows. There's no standardization. This creates very quickly bespoke workflows for potentially every part of your business. And a final message from our co-founders.
Regulated processes can get really complex, but with the right technology, that's no longer a problem.
And when that technology meets industry expertise, you can turn complexity into a competitive edge. Want to see how?
Governance.com combines cutting-edge technology with deep industry insights. Increased regulation makes it risky to manage important controls manually. Regain control by centralizing all your data and documentation in one place and automating your processes. Client onboarding, due diligence, oversight, and other regulated processes get a whole lot easier. Governance.com. Automating regulated work, one process at a time.
Thank you very much for your time.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Manny Cohen. I'm CEO and founder of Armadillo. Armadillo is going towards the golden source of RegTech, the place to come for all of your onboarding, corporate and data information. And we have quite a wide universe, which is 420 million companies. That's every single limited liability company in the world, 1 billion businesses, and 5 billion adult individuals. And that's for verification purposes and for your due diligence. And we also go into extensive extended deep dive due diligence. And the system we're going to be showing you today is our ad system, Armadillo Dig Deeper, for sanctions, PEPs, and adverse media. And just to say, we're celebrating 25 years on the web on the 3rd of June. So if you come to our, and you like your bubbly, if you come to our stand and give us your details, we've got 25 bottles going, so you've got a good chance of winning. Okay, so here's the quick fire view of our ad system. And I've always wanted to say this, play it, George.
In this video, I'll be giving you a quick overview of our Armadillo Dig Deeper system. So this system allows you to view any sanctions, PEPs, or adverse media. So from here, we'll just need to click on Dig Deeper to begin our search. And you can actually search for a person or for a business. So we'll search for a business first. So once you've entered your business details, you'll just need to select your data sources. So we'll just select everything and click on Search. So from here, the system will provide you with your match. So in our case, this is our business. And if we scroll down and go through to sanctions, we can actually see all the sanctions that this business has. One of them is the UK. So from here, we'll just scroll back up and we'll begin to search for an individual. So we'll just click on person and we'll enter our individual's name. So I'm going to search for Roman Abramovich. So when searching for an individual, you can actually add a date of birth or a year of birth to narrow down your search results, or you can even go further and add an address. So once you've entered your individual's details, you can actually select your data sources. So if I just untick all of this, you can actually select whatever you want to see, or you can just tick everything and click select. So once you click search, you'll actually see either your match or a series of potential matches. So what you can do to narrow down your search results is you can just decide to refine them here. So you can decide whether you want to see, for example, anything that's a 50% match or above, or anything that's a 100% match. So this is our guy, and we'll just click on View Full Details. So from here, you'll see any aliases that Roman Abramovich may have gone by or currently goes by. And for individuals with names in different alphabets, for example in Cyrillic or in Japanese, you will see this on the system, and you can also search for them using those names on our system as well. You'll also see in the statuses here that Roman Abramovich has current sanctions against him, he does have issues with financial regulators, and he does have adverse media. So if we scroll down, we'll also see that he's been linked to 10 addresses, and that there are 18 articles published about him. So now there are thousands of articles published about Roman Abramovich. However, our algorithm just shows you the ones that are relevant to this specific search. So if we scroll through, you'll see that not every article will be adverse media. However, where there is adverse media, you'll actually see this box here, and in some instances, you'll actually see the keywords as to why something was flagged as adverse media. And if we click on source, you can actually view the article itself as well. So if we just go back and scroll back up, you'll also see that there are 6 sanctions against Roman Abramovich. So these sanctions were taken out by Australia, Canada, the EU, France, the UK, and New Zealand. If we scroll through as well, you'll actually see that Roman Abramovich has been linked to 11 businesses and 133 individuals. So what you can do is you can click dig deeper for 2 units just to kind of see what those links are, as it could be adverse media, it could be sanctions. And last but not least, you'll actually see as well that Roman Abramovich has had 8 political positions since his career. So if we scroll up, you can actually also see that we can monitor individuals just to kind of keep an eye on them. So you can monitor the categories, the criteria, and you can decide how you receive your notifications. For compliance purposes, you can also save these searches to your hub as of today's date, just as proof that you did carry out the necessary research. And you can also print these out as PDFs. What you can also do is if you search for an individual and you don't get any results, you can actually print a report to show you that you did carry out a search for someone as of today's date and no results were found. Thank you very much for listening.
A lot of people don't really realise this, but and we're here mainly for the RegTech industry, but since all the sanctions are coming out, it affects everybody. I mean, who'd have thought like a company like Holland & Barrett, a high street chain, has a company that owns it, which has a shareholder and a director that was sanctioned. Okay, so we nearly lost a high street chain just because of a link with sanctions. And that affects everybody. It affects every single company out there, every individual who's working with a major business. And anyway, so don't forget, bottle of champagne, come to our stand and you can win one today. Take care. Thanks. And everybody give George a clap at the back. He's been working really hard all day.
Good afternoon, everybody. I'm Mark Salter. I lead sales for ACA's technology platform here in Europe. Let me just, as I'm a salesperson, make sure I understand how the tech works. Tick. So first and foremost, who are ACA? Probably not a name you kind of immediately think of when it comes to technology. We're actually a leading governance, risk and compliance firm, so consulting first. We started 20 years ago by 4 ex-SEC regulators. We currently have about 110 ex-regulators on staff, 300 ex-compliance practitioners, so we're heavily practitioner-led. And from a technology standpoint, a lot of their expertise and knowledge gets filtered directly into our product development. We have 3,500 clients globally across the business. From a technology platform standpoint, we are just over 1,000 clients using our technology platform. And we work with some of the largest financial institutions in the world. The technology platform, collectively known as ACA Compliance Alpha, is an enterprise-wide GRC solution, modular-made, and every module within the platform is subscription-based. So it's not a one-size-fits-all. All clients come to us with specific needs, and if a module is applicable, they will subscribe to that. And if, as part of good client retention, they generally expand their uses of the platform. I would sit here and try and run a demo, but as you can see, we've got 7 modules, so I actually could be here for a lot longer than 5 minutes. So a quick snapshot, and then we're actually at the table at the back of the room and quite happy to run you through any of the particular modules that may be of interest. So if I just go through them left to right, we have a compliance management tool. So this is where we help firms digitalize their entire compliance program, breaking out their regulatory risks, other risks they may face, mapping those accordingly to certain controls that they've got and built out as part of their compliance program, storing it in the system with schedules of tasks that they have to perform at certain cadences, and then any documentation that they collect as part of their testing program can be automatically stored within that occurrence. We have a legal document side letter review tool, so we can also look through NDAs and other legal documentation that firms need to keep track on certain clauses, certain occurrences. That can all be controlled within this module. Marketing review tool. So this is very much a workflow tool. As firms now operate globally, there'll be different jurisdictional requirements, especially when it comes to a marketing material that may leave the firm. And a lot of our clients, that generally sits within Outlook. So an IR team, a marketing team, putting together PDFs, PowerPoints, sending it to compliance for review, maybe legal. So we've built a workflow tool where all of that can be stored within the platform, one central repository, source of truth of approved marketing material. Also, from a compliance officer standpoint, you can actually hold people into account when they give you a 30-page PDF on Friday night and say, I need this for a Monday presentation, mark it as a rush. You can push back and say, look, analytics say we need more time for this. You report them internally. AML and KYC, which seems to be the buzzword of today. So we have an investor onboarding tool where we very much look, and we help a lot of our buy-side clients particularly perform automated due diligence on their investors and any senior members of firms that they may be holding their portfolio or acquire. They put in companies, individuals, certain data points, and the system will automatically flag any particular hits or findings for the compliance officer to review. ACA having the consulting arm, we also provide an umbrella service for this. So, if you've got over 100 investors within your fund, you could potentially, if you're Roman Abramovich, get a number of false data points. So ACA can come in and help with the remediation process that for you, and then just provide reporting on a regular basis. E-learning, so we're a compliance firm. We put together a number of conferences, training courses for a lot of our clients, and now actually instead of actually asking ACA to come in and perform that to you, we've got a wide suite of training, everything from insider tradings, sexual harassment, discrimination, AML in multiple jurisdictions. Again, that can be subscribed to and just pushed across to all the employees within the firm, and compliance get to, have all the tracking and the whips to chase employees to complete those training courses. Control Room is our newest module and kind of, has connectivity to some of the other modules here. So again, where firms, are trying to identify individuals that may have access to sensitive data, wall-crossed individuals, that can now be centralized within this module. It pulls directly data from maybe the employee compliance, which is the next module down, which is around automating PA dealing, gifts and entertainment requests and disclosures for your employees. So your employee can come in, they actually can connect one of 5,500 brokers that they may have to the platform. It means all trade reconciliation is removed, and every time they do a trade on, say, Robinhood or another platform, that the automatic trade confirm comes through to the platform. We match it up against the internal trade request, and if there is a break, either you bought 1,000 shares, you only requested 500 or a different name, that is flagged to the compliance team immediately. Market abuse surveillance, we have predominantly focused again on the asset management side of the market for this product. We currently have about 120 live clients globally on this module, really doing something a little bit different from some of the other platforms out there, but widely used. And then finally, we purchased a business called Catellus, which was an e-coms voice surveillance technology last year. We are in the process of integrating that into Compliance Alpha, and really the plan within ACA is to give clients one holistic solution, enterprise-wide, where they can subscribe to various modules, and overlaying all of that is a business intelligence tool. So you can run reports, have them scheduled, and it will pull various data points that really help the compliance officers to do more with less. I can see my time is flashing at me, so thank you very much and enjoy the rest of your day.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Nicole, Senior Sales Manager at VoxSmart. And today I will be talking about our trade reconstruction solution, which is predominantly designed for compliance teams, help them make their lives simpler, save time, and also avoid fines. We're thinking here in particular of the time-consuming and challenging scenario when the regulator knocks on the door and asks for a trade reconstruction of multiple trades, and giving you a 72-hour window to do that. Now, as your compliance team is then starting to source all that information, they're having to reach out to the front office to ask for their comms, which is not only diverting their attention away from their trading activities, but it's also putting pressure on the relationship between the compliance team and the trading teams. Also, you have to keep in mind that this is obviously a very time-consuming activity, so your compliance team now is being taken offline to deal with the activity, which is taking their time away from keeping the market safe in their day-to-day activities. Today we're going to share a video with you of how we're actually doing this process mostly automated. As a matter of fact, we're working with one tier 1 bank that used to take more than 850 man-hours to actually deal with that job, as in handing that information over to the regulator, having to take offline 12 resources in order to basically manage through that process. And they're now using VoxSmart Trade Reconstruction to automatically pull all that information together and then hand it over to the regulator. If you want to play the video.
Imagine you are Alexander Peets, a compliance officer at a global investment bank. You just received a request from the regulator to see a reconstructed swap trade. Management is asking for this to be looked at today, so you dive right in. You log into VoxSmart to locate the trade in question and start the reconstruction process. VoxSmart loads on demand the trades that you want and when you need them. We read the same data file that is used for swaps trade reporting, ensuring you are using the appropriate single source of data for efficiency and consistency. VoxSmart immediately gets to work, automatically identifying and aggregating the essential information relevant to reconstruct this trade, linking communications, trade, and order data together. We apply analytics and machine-driven correlation to evaluate what communications are relevant to this trade and its economics. So what data do you expect to see? Well, you have access to all trade reconstruction elements, both pre- and post-trade, in one single screen. This means that all the relevant orders, executions, emails, chat, mobile voice, and more are sitting in queue for you to review, eliminating the need to search for multiple systems for the relevant data or having to ask your traders and sales staff personally for their communications. Did you know that audio is subject to reconstruction only if it's been transcribed? VoxSmart does that for you automatically. You only need to review the recommendation and verify the communications to package up for the regulator. Now you have completed the deeper analysis into the recommended communications and verified that 3 communications need to be packaged to reconstruct this trade. You double-check the timeline view to visualize the results and make sure it fits together sequentially for the regulator. You assess everything looks in order to send the package off to the regulators. Wow, that was fast. Now you can reconstruct the trade in a matter of minutes, when before it could have taken you hours, weeks, or even months to collect and connect the data you needed. And there you have it, VoxSmart Trade Reconstruction, the only automated tool that joins the dots between trades and their communications for enhanced risk management.
Thank you. As you can see, a really powerful solution that automates a vast majority of that whole process. Thank you.
You just received a request from the regulator.
Can you? Here we go. Perfect. That leaves you and that window that you've been given by the regulator, as in the 72 hours, with much more time to actually do the due diligence, to assess the data that you're about to hand over to the regulator, and also for internal approvals and really review what you're about to hand over. So if you guys have any questions, feel free to find us at the event. So we're happy to answer any questions. Would love to chat with you. It's myself. Seb is not going to be here, but we got Lloyd, and we also got Stephen, and we also got Ellen Lovell in the back. Thanks, everyone.
Funny. Hi everyone, I'm Russ Conn. I'm in charge of international for OCR Labs. We're a business that was originally founded in Sydney. We have grown internationally, and we now have clients across the world and are expanding in the UK now and also to the US and across Europe. So I'm excited today to be able to tell you a little bit about what we do as a business. As you can see, we have a solution that's completely precise, fully automated. So we help businesses of all sizes with their KYC and AML problems about getting people on board. With this industry, is massively complex. We can see how much technology is needed, and now we're able to stop fraudsters right at the door. So the key for us is being able to make sure that we can match and understand any user who presents an official government identity at the front end and be able to verify that they're really the person that they say they are. We think with the change in the way the evolution of identity is happening across the world, we've seen the proliferation of use cases, particularly from governments needing to control identity, and we think that identity is really the new fingerprint, right? So we think it's going to be the access to a lot of things and will stop a lot of the problems that potentially you're having down the line. The technology that we've built is also really accessible, which is key for a lot of users, plus it has no racial bias built into it. So we know that a lot of incumbents, a lot of people in this industry have built technology that doesn't scale internationally and doesn't necessarily give that kind of access to people. So we've built technology using machine learning and neural networks that cover out of the box 16,000 plus documents across the world in over 230 countries and territories in over 35 languages and scripts. So that's pretty challenging to do, right? So we understand, because we don't use templates. We use neural networks, and we also use contextual engines to be able to understand what's on the page. So we know that that document is from a particular region, we know where things should be on that document, and we train our machines to understand that. If we don't see a document, we can get up to speed within 20 or 30 documents to verify that. That puts us way ahead of where the rest of the market is, and the technology is constantly being trained by our mathematicians and our deep learning experts, and is constantly evolving and training. So it's growing by its understanding and its of the ability of the network of any of our customers across the world by inputting these documents to be able to grow and scale globally. We are very successful against fraud, and we fight, against all the highest standards of verification against Bixi Labs and iBeta, pad testing, and the technology is definitely very, very stringent and against all the security and compliance standards. So you can feel confident that you're getting identification and verification of people to the highest level, and then we know exactly who we're identifying when we go through. So, essentially we run our own roadmap. We have our own roadmap, we own our own tech. So we don't have to rely on external vendors to update themselves to get us to where we want to be. If we have solutions that we want to build for customers and they have specific needs, we help them to do that. So I'm going to show you a little bit of a demo today, just of the front end, and I'll talk a little bit about how that works as well for our partners and customers. So what you're seeing is a pretty simple process. As somebody comes in, it's normally phone-driven, app-driven, and you take a photo of the ID. You can see that it's not in a structured, templated way, so we're able to understand and get rid of the noise behind the document, and that document is then verified while we ask the user to start to go through a process of biometric, active biometric verification. So a lot of people in the industry, which you'll find if you're using any vendors, will use something called passive biometric, which is essentially a selfie. And that selfie can, of course, be injected to any process because it's not actually happening live. When we do this process, while we're taking that photo, we're shooting 30 frames per second to like a Skype call, like a video call, essentially. And we take the best shot of those 30 frames per second, and we compare it to the document that's being presented to make sure the person who is doing the process is actually live and present while showing that document. It's very easy to email in a document and then do things differently with a video, for example. So we see a lot of fraud happen. What's happening in the background when we're shooting that video is we're using a number of technologies. So for example, we use something called plethysmography, which essentially detects skin tone changes. We use technology very similar to Tesla to identify objects behind you in the background. So we know it's a tree or plant or a person. And so if we see anybody who's not the person doing the process, we can identify that. And then we do a 3D render of people's faces, and we can, while shooting that selfie, essentially are now able to identify if there's anything happening untoward. I see I'm out of time. 5 minutes doesn't go very fast, but I can send you the rest of the stuff. Essentially, we are very compliant across the world to all the standards. And we have some customers globally that we're working with, obviously in Australia, a lot of the big banks, which is obviously the high watermark. We came out of AML and we've set our standards against customers like that, and we're evolving across customers across the world, particularly in the financial services sector as we see things like crypto and more KYB processes come on board. We also offer a back-end software for people who want to manage, either not through a REST API, so you can take the data that we send you and integrate it into your platform, into your orchestration platform, into your system, or we are able to give a front end for an operator to be able to look at a decisioning tree and be able to escalate a process if there is something that obviously flags through either the document or the person who has been seen as fraudulent in the process. And that's pretty much it, I think, today. So if you want to contact us, we're around today. My colleague Adam is there at the back in the brown jacket. Happy to speak to you a little bit more in longer than the 5 minutes. Thank you for your time.
Hello everybody, my name's Martin Kelly. I need to plug that in. Just out of curiosity, just before we start, it's towards the end of the day. If you are not a supplier of technology, okay, you're not a vendor, put your hand up. Okay, that's all right. So I'm not here to educate the competition. Anyway, look, let's have a little bit of fun here. We're going to do something a little bit different. I'm going to tell you about a journey about our company. Let's see now. You okay? So Riskflow's heritage was a real pure RegTech startup incubated in Stone and Chalk in Sydney, Australia, and Cyberport in Hong Kong in 2017 and 2020. And during that time, an international bank liked our thinking and invited us to participate in the global innovation program. I think our thinking recognised that knowledge management disciplines and stakeholder collaboration were fundamental elements to inform the design of a GRC solution. So in that program, we built a self-serve, no-code platform as a service. Then we successfully deployed that service across 19 Asia-Pacific countries and regulated markets, approved. And currently now it supports 7,000 very active users. So it was a big stretch going from a hand-waving argument in a PowerPoint presentation a few years ago. We're really pleased and proud that we're able to do that. And we're pre-Series A, hint, hint. Okay. So the power of our platform, I'm just going to illustrate using a third-party risk management use case. So we see the challenge is all about decision-making in a complex environment. I think that's a constant theme, so nothing new there. We broke it down into three basic components. First, scale, complexity and speed. Regulatory change, it's just overwhelming. And just knowing what needs to be done feels like half the battle. And the other half of the battle is actually doing it. And questions like, how do you get business engagement? How do you promote these robust and valuable management conversations? How do you make regulation an integrated part of the management process, things that we all know and love. So answering these questions enables a business to steer its objectives to an environment of uncertainty and unrest. Now here's the interesting part. The third part is just the increasing expectation by the customer to do so much more with this information. So how can we do this? The demands on any software solution to support that is a really big ask in this decision-making context. So for RiskFlow, our platform was, brings together three components, which is informed by this decision-making complex. First, digitalization of workflow to simplify complexity. Collaboration, this is a key theme in the way we approach things, to bring agility and flexibility in managing change and uncertainty. And we build collaboration into our workflow. And then knowledge management, disciplines, okay, to leverage all of these collective insights. We bring all of that together on one platform. So let's illustrate this with a use case. In 2019, we were approached by a large bank to implement a regional framework to ensure adherence to regulations across 19 countries to gain a holistic view of third-party risk. Hundreds of suppliers and 7,000 users. So I think we got significant benefit across people, process, technology, and governance. Which is those ones there. But I'll just focus on two to keep it short and sweet with 1 minute left. From a people perspective, the communication and collaboration between the three lines of defence, we transformed that, okay, whilst maintaining the independence of those lines. From a governance perspective, and here's the real acid test, when the regulator came and said, we want to get some remediation from the suppliers, multiple regions, hundreds of suppliers, typically it would take 3 to 6 months, was done in 3 days. True story. So our solution was not just, it was sustainable and not just a quick fix. So getting beyond compliance to collective intelligence. So how do we do it? So RiskFlow collects and classifies data sets at multiple levels. And our technology is able to do that. So you can extract business intelligence from compliance data and applying knowledge management disciplines to these data structures that are really enriched, and it's ready for really powerful BI analytics. For example, let's consider supply chain, a real hot button. And I think I've run out of time, but I think we get visibility. Questions like, how do we know where our risk concentrations are? Do we even have the information? Do we have the visibility of subcontractors and insight into their environmental so we can capture and bring that information out? So finally, TPRM, third-party risk, was just one example of how we can use compliance as an input to address critical business decisions. And so our vision as a startup, pre-Series A, is help to bring together that collective business intelligence to drive these critical decisions. And thank you very much for your attention. Great. Cheers.
Hi everyone, I'm Steve Marshall at RegTech Technology, and I'm here today to talk about RiskGrid, risk assessments made easy. So what are risk assessment matrices? They allow businesses to map out risks and controls and determine what residual risk remains. They're carried out on a regular basis and should be reassessed, reassess changes to risks and controls that you have. And regulators require firms to have accurate and updated risk assessments for all of their businesses. Unfortunately, a lot of these, as we know, are running spreadsheets, running other offline systems, and are generally not really designed for the job. Managing risk in a spreadsheet is a risk in itself. How do you control changes? Who's allowed access to the spreadsheet? How do you audit those changes? If the person who wrote the spreadsheet left the firm 2 years ago, how do you deal with changes now? RiskGrid is a SaaS-based platform which enables you to build, manage and maintain risk assessments online in a secure and fully auditable way. And our aim is to replace spreadsheets at all the firms who are using them at the moment. Risk mapping basically enables you to use controls to reduce inherent risks and give you residual risk. So if you have something that's a medium risk and have controls in place, that risk can be reduced by having good controls in place. Company risk assessment, what we do is take a map of all the departments or all the trading desks or all the businesses within a company and map that against all the risks, which can be, they can be compliance risks, operational risks, that we see down the left there. We create a matrix which references each of those. And then we can drill into that. So here we're looking at corporate finance, conflicts of interest. We can update the inherent risk. There we can pull down and we have risk ratings from medium, low, high. We have controls there that specify the controls. So we update those. And the residual risk is automatically computed as per that matrix we saw earlier on. We can complete a commentary for any of these changes that we make. And then all these changes are logged down at the bottom. You can see there, whenever we change a control, we change a risk, the time, the user, and any comments are stored. So immediately from the spreadsheet, you've got an audit trail there as to when any changes are made. You can't delete those changes, so you can't go back and kind of cook it, so you've got less red boxes, that sort of thing. It's very obvious if that takes place. Reading the data, well, you look at these things in spreadsheets, and as I tend to call it a bit of a unicorn checkerboard here. It's a bit difficult to assess what's going on, not good for data analysis. That's why we map all that to a dashboard, which looks something like this. We can see our inherent risks. We have a number of controls there, and that reduces to residual risks. We can click on the pie chart and determine where any high residual risks are, and that shows us where all these are. Generally, they're high risks with insufficient controls. We can click into any of those. We can filter by businesses or by risk groups, so drill down. And down at the bottom, we actually have a time chart which shows how our controls and risks are changing over time, which again in a spreadsheet is really difficult. Once you've overwritten a cell, it's gone. And you can check you've covered all bases, that you've completed all the grid there. We can track risk incidents, and if we ever have a risk incident, you can actually put that and say, as a result of that, we've actually changed our risk assessment there. We've had something where we've had a systems failure, so as a result, we've actually reduced the control, or we've increased the risk there, and actually map that back into your mapping and provide that link, so you've got an audit trail as to why changes happened. And we can monitor remediation plans. So if you've had an issue, it might be a bug in your IT system, it might be that you don't have the correct controls in place, so you can put in place a remediation plan that tracks them. So here we can set the resulting controls post-remediation. We can check what the resulting residual risks are. And then once that plan is completed, just clicking on the update links there automatically updates all your controls within the system, and all your residual risks will be updated. And it'll all be audited with a little comment saying, as a result of this remediation plan, these controls have been changed. So again, very automated for you. Customize everything, colors, risk matrix, labels, size of the grid, all that's changeable. You can control who has access, who can change the size of the grid, who can actually edit the grid and update. And if you're a consultancy, you can also allow access outside of your company, or you can restrict it within. We've got a package for all budgets there, from free access to single user to basic consultancy up to enterprise level. And also for, at the moment, we have a free 1-month trial, professional access to all people who sign up. You can go to our website, risk-grid.com, or scan the QR code there. And 1 month free trial for anyone who signs up. Thank you very much.
Thanks for that. That brings us to a close of the demo stage. Thanks for everyone that stayed until the end. You've deserved a well-deserved refreshment and a coffee. So do stay with us though. We have like really exciting content coming up in the main stage afterwards, including our regulatory reporting and data management panel with industry leaders from Standard Chartered, Bank of England and Credit Suisse. So definitely don't miss out, and then you earn a well-deserved beverage at the end. Thank you, and I'll see you in there.